Oh, somebody found this for me.
Just need to do a total rewrite of the whole thing.
Wait, seriously, a total rewrite. That's your prediction for velocity.
Yeah.
Well, when you say a total rewrite, do you mean starting with the skeleton, or a bunch of engineers sit down with a whiteboard and say, "What is Twitter"? Revolution or reform?
I just mean like literally like there's like you could either try to amend the crazy stack that exists or rewrite it.
But when you say crazy stack, what do you mean? Like, break it down.
Have you seen George's like diagram?
No. I mean, like, what do you mean by crazy? No, seriously. Come on, buddy. Come on.
Who are you?
What do you mean? Who am I? I don't know. You gave me the fucking mic. I got no.
I didn't give you the mic.
Whoa! I'm doing the mic, and let's keep it civil in my space.
I mean, yeah.
Like what? No, man. You're in charge of the servers and the programming, whatever. Like, what is the stack?
Keep things technical in my space, please.
Take me from top to bottom. What does the stack look like right now? What's so crazy about it? What's so abnormal about this stack versus every other large-scale system on the planet, buddy? Come on, give it to me.
All right. So first off,
amazing. Wow, you're a jackass.
Wow. Amazing.
Sir, wait for the microphone.
Hello, everybody. Egon Chalakian. I am a simple retiree. I reside in Kyiv and Washington, D.C. My constituency is the Russian Orthodox Church.
Holy
I have my disputes with the church.
It's
and
him.
That subsequently takes me into the Balkans and beyond that into Western Europe.
Oh my God, he's real.
I was taken on by a large client constituency, well into the hundreds of thousands in Eastern Europe, asked to take on their plight. They are persecuted by the church, and there's death involved and so forth.
Not death.
Earlier on in my career, had been posted in Tehran during the revolution, so I lived over there. And Mr. Zelensky gave me a call one day and said, "Would you come out of retirement, sir?" Because I know the players. Why do I raise this? I had to figure out a way to communicate with the church and with Mr. Putin and so forth. And I could not turn to governments, not the way to go. I elected to use social media, extortion we call it. And I found that I had no way of ascertaining, am I successful, am I delivering my message or otherwise. Out of the blue, a mechanism called vehicle, literally Google contacted me.
What?
And said, you are getting so many hits in Russia, Ukraine, all over.
Oh.
And they gave me the metrics to the extent that they said you're number one in Russia right now.
Okay. And then
so
what?
if I might compare it to our current
number
White
one.
House, basically I'm usurping Mr. Putin in popularity. Now the reason I bring this up, question for you. Nobody has discussed your arsenal. How are you communicating your message? We're only talking about the message. Mm-hmm. That's the warhead. Where's the fuselage? Where's the motor? Nobody's mentioned that at all, and that is the most critical part. Targeting, getting that weapon, getting that warhead over there to your target.
So can I particularly ask each of you, to what extent do you use social media to communicate to the broader world? Why don't we start with the one most likely to use social media?
Oh my God, I mean, that's true. I think social media is incredibly important at this age. we cannot avoid it whether we like it or not, and it comes with both positive and negative.
I bought a Benelli M5, but I can't pick it up for 5 days because I don't have a Florida concealed carry. The gun store that I went to, they have a apparently they got a shipment, a Benelli, wait, M4, M5, it's M4, right? What did I say? Did I say M5? Apparently they got a shipment of them that were for law enforcement. So it's a seven round with the collapsible whatever bullshit stock in the back. How cute. How cute is that? It was very expensive though. I'm not sure if I got ripped off. I don't know how much they usually sell, if those even like retail in the US. 'Cause I think it was like 2,300 for the shotgun. Ba-boom. Shut off on Kick when you get it. I can't. Oh, I can't get it until 19. Till I'm 19. Sorry for my brain just scattered. I can't pick it up until the 19th. I think you have to wait 5 business days. I just watched your video clip from the main channel with a combo with Evil Dr. Mike. We're gonna watch the full video. I don't think it's posted yet. I did that interview like 3 weeks ago. And then I talked to Coleman Hughes yesterday. And then August will post that whenever, so. Is the full video coming up? I mean, whenever August wants to post it. Any updates regarding the call stuff? Which call stuff? Does August have all the Georgia stuff too? What's the Georgia stuff? Thoughts on Severance? Never watched it. Okay. What does this look like? Hold on. It just makes us look so weird. Oh. Oh, cute. Okay. Holy fuck, this footage is insanely high definition. Oh my god, this little camera is so cute. Whatever. We have a amazing experience. Bro, this fucking gun jams so many times. I hate my life. I got to shoot that alien 2 days ago. But it don't hit that. Knock that off. Huh? Yep. Okay. Cute. That works though. It's probably that type of ammo. No, the something was fucked with the slide. Either when because I think I put a different I think that slide is one I put on because it has the red dot on it. So I don't know if will we ever see that footage? What of this? I don't know. Probably not. There's nothing much here. It was just me trying out shit. I need to find a way to get to my little Rode mics to work with this, but I didn't go through all that bullshit. So the red dot was probably creating issue. The red dot is integrated into the slide. Yeah, it's a strange setup, but maybe when I put it together, maybe I just didn't have it together quite right, and that's why it was jamming so much. What is a .lrf file? Oh, are these just some type of file made for every single... Shut up. Oh, but you can see this red dot is not it's not on the slide. Oh, you can't see right now because it's where I'm holding it. But the red dot is actually on... The slide is in like 2 pieces. It's hard to explain. Maybe if he shuts the fuck up and actually shoots it. You can see that the slide thing will come back, but the red dot is stationary. I don't know if you can see, never mind, because it's a gun shooting and it's very fast, but... But it fucking failed to feed, so on every single shot... This was my bad. Hopefully it doesn't do this next time. Shut up, no one cares. Literally no one cares. This gun fucked up so many times. This is why you don't buy first-gen guns either. When the magazine is in, no one cares. Loser. Oh man, it's a lot of hand leaking out of the bottom. Lower 8, because if you... What? Shut up. Is that the alien? Yeah. This is a P210. This is my favorite gun ever. I correct her on this, don't worry. Oh yeah, put the thumbs in. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Good job, wow. And then I pistol whip her, I smack her in the face. Oh, there's the alien. Oh look, even, so I think this is our first time shooting pistols ever. This is almost 10 yards. These red dots are so easy. Look at this. Boom. Yeah. Boom, look at that. Not bad. Oh, wait, I think it's jammed. Let's see. Oh, no, no, that one fired. Okay, never mind. Shooting a little low. Oh, now it's jammed for sure, right? Oh, got a failure to feed. No one cares. Look at this. Damn. It's at 20 yards. You could snipe people with this. I think I'm hitting that, right? Loser. Okay. Oh, these things are super cute too. I bought these like Axel. They mute the gunshots, but you can hear people speaking. Okay, there you go. Range time. AR-15 shopping stream when? Sometime. Oh, apparently at this range you can shoot shotguns if you have double odd buck. I don't know what the fuck that even means. 0-0 buckshot? Is that what that means? Are these like really big balls or? Gauge has to do with the diameter of the round. The cartridge. Do you even say cartridge for shotguns? 2 3/4 inch. Is that double aught? Is that what that means? So many numbers. I have a buddy who is GM in carry optics class FR USPSA. I don't know what any of that means. He says that a lot of comp shooters have concerns about the reliability of the alien, so it hasn't caught widespread adoption yet. Oh, that's not surprising at all. Because the alien is like, it's a new platform and it's a first generation, right? So like, that means that it's probably going to be glitchy. More so than any other gun, right? That's not surprising. I think, aren't those staccatos, haven't they gotten a little bit more use in terms of, those are like crazy good pistols, but they've been manufactured for longer? Why don't you take some firearms training? I've done a little bit with pistols, like basic stuff. I think it's just a matter of practicing now. I don't know what else you can learn. I feel like I'm fairly accurate at like 20 yards with that P210. I feel like most of it is just slowing down when you're shooting, and then not jumping the trigger or whatever is like the biggest issue that probably new shooters like I would have, I think. Like if I just focus on that more, I usually do fine. How many people have you shot? I don't know, less than 10. playing the new Jump King this stream? There's a new Jump King? Did you see the clip of Musk's kid saying you weren't president? No, I haven't.
Tucker, any thoughts on Kanye's tweets?
Well, I know what he said, he loves Hitler.
Yeah.
I don't really know what that means, actually.
What?
He could just be talking about the name Hitler. I mean, he makes hit songs. Maybe he's talking about one of his songs, his music. I don't really listen to his music, but I'm quite fond of it, actually. I like that he does make it.
Oh, I feel like he's got really good mannerisms. He just doesn't have the voice at all for it. But I feel like the mannerisms are spot on for Tucker.
I don't listen to it, but I enjoy it.
You don't listen, but you enjoy.
Maybe he speaks a little bit too quickly.
I don't like jumping to conclusions about what we think somebody means. Only they really can answer that question.
He was pretty clear.
Whoa. Has someone spoken to him? I haven't spoken to him. So to say you love Hitler, maybe he's talking about the name objectively. We don't know that. And I don't want to be involved in it, but I mean, maybe it's I love hit and lur is some kind of slang, some kind of urban slang. Hitler. I'm not in that world. I'm not in that culture. I don't know.
So Tucker, what are you saying?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay.
This isn't a joke. There's naked pictures of me all over the internet. Like what you see? I hope you do, because there's plenty more where that came from. What is going on? Who's jacking off to this? It's not me. Maybe it's you. Maybe it's your family.
Yeah, his voice isn't quite there, but this is very close too. Dude, Nick Mullen. Me and Pisco had dinner with this guy, and it's so funny. And Nick is like, yeah, I don't really do politics. I don't know anything. And Pisco will be like, yeah, there was this pollster in Kansas, I think. And Nick will be like, oh, yeah, that was like John Frazzero. He did polling from 2009 to 2014. I think he's 52 years old. He was a registered. He would like know so much shit. And be like, wait, how the fuck do you even? And he's like, I don't know, man. I just see shit on Twitter or whatever. He's a funny dude. So you went on Piers today? Yeah, I did it this morning. It was meh. A lot of just like trans athletes and
Good morning, John. I don't think this is about USAID. You and I both know that that agency does lots of amazing work. It is a very cheap way to keep the world more stable and more diseases controlled and fewer people suffering. But I don't think that's like the core issue here. The core issue is the extent to which the Constitution matters anymore. This country is founded on the idea that separate branches share power. And while it is frustrating that a narrow congressional majority seems to have happily given up that power, at least temporarily, it can't actually do that. It isn't allowed to give its power to the president because the separation of powers is the whole idea that the nation is based on. USAID was created by a law passed by Congress. It is funded by laws passed by Congress.
USAID close, but close enough. Technically, I think USAID was authorized by Congress, and then it was created by executive order, and then it was solidified as a separate office by Congress. But this is like getting real into the weeds. But for the most part, it's close enough, I think.
We all learn in elementary school that Congress has the power of the purse. Congress decides how almost all money in America is spent, not the president. The president unilaterally dissolving USAID is illegal. He could have worked with Congress to get them to pass a law to dissolve USAID, which would be the legal way to have it no longer exist, but he did not do that. This isn't a violation of a law that was passed by Congress. It's not even a violation of an amendment to the Constitution. It's in Article 1. Congress passes laws to determine how money is spent. And if the president can just
I'm not ready for like the extremely crazy argument. So Andrew, I'm just not psychologically prepared. Andrew Wilson this morning on Piers, his argument was the process is working. And I was like, wait, what do you mean the process is working? He was like, well, if he breaks the law, then the judges will say, stop breaking the law. And it's like, wait, is that the process? You just break as many laws as you can, and then whatever the judges tell you to stop breaking the law, and you, wait, what?
walk in
and then I had to say that like 3 times, but neither of them would acknowledge it. I was like, that there's a judge has already said they've continued to break the law. They're already doing that, but
dismantle the work of Congress, that isn't just a refutation of the founding document of the country. It's a logistical nightmare. It calls into question why Congress exists at all. You can't run a country if everything is burned down and
True. Wait, hold on one second, sorry.
started fresh every
Illuminator, thanks for subbing.
4 years, obviously. But Trump, or Elon Musk, or whoever, seems to want to test the limits of this country. And so they are testing those limits. I don't know if USAID is like a good first target for that, because it's not something that immediately affects very many Americans, so it doesn't have a ton of people here to defend it. But again, I don't think this is about USAID. It's about whether or not the president suddenly has a bunch of unconstitutional powers, and I would simply like to make the case that he obviously does not. A press release from the White House recently referred to Donald Trump, quote, signing an executive order into law. I know this is like nuts and bolts, boring schoolhouse rock civics, but that's not how laws get made, and if we don't remember that, the country is going to stop working. That's why we had Schoolhouse Rock, so that when people try to do it a different way and then the courts tell them that they're wrong, we all agree with the courts. I've been thinking this whole week about a line from Ezra Klein's recent essay on Trump's first few weeks back in office, which is also a YouTube video that's good. You should watch it. I'll link in the description. But the line was, Trump is acting like a king because he is too weak to govern like a president. In the essay, the case for Trump being a legislatively weak president is made pretty clear. The narrowest majority in the House since there have been 50 states, a narrow margin in Congress. He has a higher disapproval rating than any incoming president since we started doing polling. And so perhaps, instead of trying to create durable change, he's governing largely through executive order. And
why is the president the commander-in-chief? Isn't that a problem with the balance of powers between the three bodies? So I think that the theory, the idea goes that you want to have a slow, deliberate, painfully, agonizingly contemplative process when it comes to figuring out what the country should do. That's what Congress is for. That's what the House and Senate are for. You got a bunch of different people. You've got two houses, an upper and a lower house, which I don't know if that's even that common. I think usually the upper house is like a rubber stamp, I think like the House of Lords. So you've got two deliberative bodies that are selected. It's just a lot of time to figure out what to do. But once legislation has been passed and handed over to the executive should be able to act swiftly and vigorously. Once you have a law passed, you know what you want to do, then you should be able to have an executive just carry things out. You don't want two people with power that are second guessing each other in terms of how do you function, how do you wield that power. That's why the president is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces. You're not supposed to have people second-guessing each other at the top. It's why the executive is in charge of carrying out laws once they've been passed. Like, the president is supposed to be able to function in that way. And arguably, that's a good thing. You have the gridlock in Congress, but then once the gridlock is resolved, you have a vigorous executive that carries things out with all the swift and vigor of a powerful, enabled executive body.
Also through other untested, probably illegal unilateral actions. And there are really three ways, I think, to see this. First, if you're super sympathetic to Trump, you might see it as the United States has become so corrupt, is so broken, that we have to stop caring about the Constitution, maybe just for a little bit. We have to let the world's richest man into the treasury so that he can stop payments at his whim. We have to remove security professionals for obeying the law. We have to say that it's okay for the president to take the power of the purse away from Congress, to let him defund whichever parts of the government he would like to defund, because as he has always said, he alone can fix this. Second, perhaps there's like a flood the zone tactic going on. He's just trying to keep everyone distracted and confused and to try everything.
Wait, it's very common. The problem is that the U.S. doesn't have another higher executive than the president. This is usually the governor general in Commonwealth nations. It stops them from doing fucked up shit. Well, what if the governor general does fucked up shit?
everything as fast as he can to occupy the press and the courts and the public and to just see what sticks. Or third, perhaps he is doing this because he wants to change things, but he knows that trying to pass legislation when he has narrow majorities in the House and Senate would likely fail, and he hates the idea of failing. And those second two do look more like the reality at the moment. Already lots of Trump's executive orders have done nothing but be news stories for a moment before getting blocked as obviously unconstitutional. But the reality is there's two ways of seeing this. Either it is okay to ignore the Constitution when your side is doing it, or this is the unacceptable action of people who are not strong enough, either politically or in character, to actually govern. So the question...
I've gotten 3 different emails. I don't know how true anything is. Just I always preface, these are just emails. But I've gotten 3 different emails at this point from people who are like in fucking... they're like distraught that a ton of research at their particular universities, like a ton of stuff has just been completely axed or like put on pause, and there's like a whole bunch of uncertainty around everything relating to grants. Hold on. I had one guy who sent me, I thought this was an interesting email. I'll just read it just for your guys' edification and mine as well. I want to tell you something about what happened with the NIH because A, it may not receive much attention outside of research/medical circles, and B, I noticed something that punctuates an idea you've mentioned regarding how processes can often be more important than conclusions or outcomes. Skip to point 3 below if you only have time for the latter. Actually, wait, we'll finish watching this and then I'll read this guy's email because I think it ties into this a little.
Becomes if you don't like that, then how do you make it not happen? And the big way is to simply not believe them when they say that they are more powerful than the Constitution. The reason the Constitution is more powerful than Elon Musk or Donald Trump isn't just the legacy of this nation or the laws it is bound to uphold. It's that the Constitution is a good document that we collectively believe in. That separation of powers isn't something that somebody thought would be a fun thing to try out. It's a very good idea. It's a good idea that was created by people who had been living under a king and didn't want to do that anymore. And the result of that hard work, that hard thought, and the creation of that good document was America. And the times when we have violated those principles are real and they exist and they are shameful, and we don't want to be living through one of those times. We do not want to be part of that kind of shame. And I do think that the law will stand, and I hope that the American people will say, yes, that was the correct thing to have happen. Not just, oh, Trump tried to do this and then the courts blocked him. No, Trump tried to do this, the court said it was unconstitutional, and I don't like any president as much as I like America. Already multiple lawsuits have been filed outlining why shutting down USAID is illegal. Trump fans might see that as the deep state fighting back, but what it actually is people saying that there is a reason why we have laws. And it isn't just to tell you what you can and can't do. It's to uphold the structures that have upheld this nation for 250 years. John, I'll see you on Tuesday.
Thanks, Hank. Right, that's Hank, right? The change is that the NIH capped indirect cost rates at 15% for grant funding. The average is currently about 30%, effective immediately. Indirect costs are given as part of a research grant to cover pooled costs for the university that cannot be applied to any one research project. The image below gives you more information. He gave me an image. This move appears to be done for government spending efficiency. It would save the NIH $4 billion. As you can expect, this has sent researchers and universities scrambling, in part because universities have already negotiated and budgeted their rates, but this new rate appears to go into effect immediately. Researchers have already been scrambling since an unprecedented freeze on NIH communications that lasted for 2 weeks, but this is a new development and probably worse. And then he links an image, and the image says, what are indirect costs? Indirect, F&A, facilities and administrative. Infrastructure costs required to conduct research, but cannot be specifically identified or easily allocated to individual projects. Rate determined every 4 years. Administrative are general administration, so services such as personnel, payroll, purchasing, financial management, presidents, provosts, VPs, departmental administration, program and administrative costs at the college, school, or department level, sponsored research, units establish research or training, regardless of source, compliance with research requirements, student services, graduate student services, And then it says administrative costs are capped at 26% for universities. Facilities research infrastructure costs are building depreciation, so the space study, fraction of building use that can be attributed to research efforts, interest on debt for certain buildings, equipment, and capital improvements, equipment depreciation on equipment not purchased with federal funds when located in a room and space study, and then operations and maintenance, utilities, maintenance, custodial, environmental health, transportation, and security. So Cynical Brit in chat says, as an example, the university maintains an expensive electron microscopy core used by multiple departments and projects. So that makes sense. There's probably going to be some places that have good infrastructure, but like you wouldn't be able to attribute those to a singular research project. So it's kind of like pooled costs over several research things. Point 1 is about some of the likely impacts of this decision. There's not much actionable here, in part because the impacts will play out in the long term, but I have just provided it for some background on initial reactions from the research community. 1. Damaging to U.S. interests, research and economic. Subpoint A. Encouraging university researchers to pursue more non-government funding sources for research could open them up to conflicts of interests from private funding institutions, restricting the independence of researchers. Subpoint B, these indirect costs are analogous to infrastructure funding. Money that goes to universities pays for contractors to build and maintain buildings and equipment, IT to troubleshoot computers, etc. Universities are already economic powerhouses, and spending money on indirect costs creates positive economic outcomes in terms of jobs, manufacturing, and further spending. Reducing that funding could lead to worse economic outcomes. And then subpoint C, it seems like basically no university actually gets their negotiated rate in indirect costs. If NIH cuts the negotiated rates to 15%, but retains caps in place that lower the base amount from which the indirect rate is calculated, then the actual calculated rates that universities get toward indirect costs will be even lower. Later, I mentioned that universities already cost-share administrative costs with the NIH, in part because enforcing modern regulations has put them over the 26% cap. It's pretty easy to see how further budgetary strain would tighten the squeeze on researchers and cause universities to cut research activity. Point 2 shows how ideas about unregulated money being handed out to universities for administrative bloat are lies, which also obfuscate the fact that the NIH had multiple ways to approach the problem of wasted grant money, yet they chose the most inflammatory one. Point 2 is their regulation, subpoint A. The NIH in 2015 suggested that indirect costs are important to provide the infrastructure for the research conducted under direct costs of grants. Moreover, it appears that the indirect costs are limited to research activities. For example, if the university builds a building and 1/3 of the building is being used for research, then only that 1/3 can fall under the indirect costs. The NIH's policies do not authorize randomly spending grant money under the guise of overhead. Lastly, the amount indirect costs can be put towards administrative costs was already capped at 26%. Regulations regarding research projects have increased such that universities were already cost-sharing with the NIH in 2015 because their administrative costs exceeded the cap. The notion that universities shouldn't spend grant money on administrative waste has been addressed. If there is still a problem with waste, and there may very well be, then the government has already demonstrated that it can take regulatory action that doesn't require dramatically cutting funding and risking the competitiveness of U.S. research. Further sourcing on the idea that the NIH funding is meant to go specifically towards research, even in indirect costs, and the links if you have links here. Subpoint B, directly, HHS, that's Health and Human Services, RFK, who's now confirmed, I think his new department, is usually in charge of negotiating indirect cost rates, and their negotiators do not just offer blank checks. HHS offers one level of regulation, but there's another level of regulation via the Government Accountability Office, the GAO. In 2016, the GAO conducted a report on the problem of potential waste and indirect costs. They found issues that could enable waste and issued recommendations. HHS implemented all recommendations and indicated further actions. You already heard the third level of regulation when the OMB instituted a 26% cap on administrative indirect costs. The GAO also examined the effects of that policy soon after it was implemented, offering another level of regulation. C, why harp on regulation so much? The job of this cohort of Russian bots, Elon Musk, Doge, etc., is to convince people that the government operates in chaos and that there's no accountability for anything that occurs. They have to keep lying in their justifications for curtailing agencies because they are wrong. Checks and balances are not only a macro-governmental idea, they also work in micro-governmental areas. And then point 3 shows where this idea came from. Decisions by federal agencies cannot be taken for granted under this administration because their logical processes may be just as bad as Trump's and Musk's themselves. Point 3 is indicative of a broader takeover of all agencies under the executive branch by intellectually deficient sycophants towards Trump/Project 2025. Subpoint A, the NIH offered 2 justifications for cutting indirect cost funding, and then subpoint 1, private foundations offer lower indirect cost rates than the average NIH indirect cost rates. This is a dishonest comparison. The NIH has offered about the same indirect cost percentage over time. Why didn't anyone think about matching private institution rates before? As you can probably expect, it's because the federal government's role in indirectly funding is different than those of private foundations. The NIH is a much larger source of funding for universities than private nonprofits. They offer a broad mandate allowing for infrastructure to be built that assists many research projects at a university. Then, on top of that federally funded infrastructure, the fourth paragraph in the end and the link he sends, private foundations assign further funding for narrower projects. Drastically cutting federal funding would affect broad infrastructure and maintenance in a way that private foundations cannot fund. This is a dishonest justification because administrators at the NIH know all of this. If they're that stupid that they don't, then we're in an even worse situation. The NIH also knows that the indirect cost rate of, say, 50% of universities grant funding, conservative estimate of the NIH percentage, is not comparable to the indirect cost rate of, say, 10% of a university's grant funding. Conservative estimate of private foundation percentage is not comparable to the indirect cost rate of, say, I don't understand that point. I don't know if you talk about that. It gets worse. Where did the delusional idea to compare the NIH rates to private foundations come from? This doesn't look like a justification that came from discussion within the NIH unless they literally plagiarized it from Project 2025. Oh, and then he copy-pasted a thing from Project 2025 that says that they should cap indirect cost rates at universities. It gets even worse. The NIH also mentions something that doesn't sound possible in their justification. Quote, indeed, one recent analysis examined what level of indirect expenses research institutions were willing to accept from funders of research. Of 72 universities in the sample, 67 universities were willing to accept research grants that had 0% indirect cost coverage. One university, Harvard, required 15% indirect cost coverage, while a second, California Institute of Technology, required a 20% indirect cost coverage. Only 3 universities in the sample refused to accept indirect cost rates lower than their federal indirect rate. These universities were the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the University of Michigan, and the University of Alabama at Birmingham. End quote. Many of these universities negotiated indirect cost rates of 50% plus or minus with the HHS. Yet they're saying they would be okay with 0%. Fractions of their currently negotiated rates. I had to go find the actual analysis to confirm, and lo and behold, the most common minimum acceptable indirect cost rate the university would accept from private organizations is 0%. Oh, so now he's quoting where the research was from, and that was only from private organizations, not from the NIH. The NIH makes it sound like the analysis asked universities about decreasing their indirect cost rates from HHS, and they were completely fine with fractions of their current rates. Every part of that is a lie. The analysis doesn't seem to ask universities. It seemed to report their published policies. Funders of research from the NIH, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Okay, so this is just basically how they're all lying. Yeah, okay. Why the fuck isn't this guy, hey, wait. Hey, thanks. I appreciate the email. Also, post this stuff in the subreddit. What the fuck do people send me this shit? They should post it in the subreddit too. Motherfucker. So we don't have 50 million pictures of tweets. One day ago. What is this?
Good morning, Hank. It's Tuesday. Project for Awesome is this weekend, and the fundraiser is live now. But listen, I know almost nothing about almost everything. I don't know how helicopters work or how to measure the distance between the stars, etc., ad literally infinitum. But I do know a lot about tuberculosis and how TB medication works because I spent the last 4 years writing a book about tuberculosis. So I can't tell you much about stars or helicopters, but I can tell you what is likely to happen when TB medication and diagnostics that have already been paid for rot in warehouses due to stop work orders issued by the US government. So a bit of background, tuberculosis is a curable disease, but it's not easy to cure. The TB bacteria has a thick, fatty cell wall that's very difficult to penetrate, making the bacteria hard to kill. So while a strep infection might be cured with like 7 days of antibiotics, TB requires several months of antibiotics. In the past, it was common to take antibiotics even for years to cure the disease. Like, I have one friend who survived TB after taking between 20 and 30,000 pills.
Jesus.
But with the current standard of care, so-called drug-sensitive tuberculosis, that is TB that responds to our first-line antibiotics, can be cured with between 4 and 6 months of daily therapy. TB that doesn't respond to one or more of those drugs, known as drug-resistant TB, takes at least 6 months to cure, and often much more than that. Okay, so here's the critical thing to understand about...
There used to be this really sick spokes guy for TB. Oh, but he thought he had tuberculosis, but he didn't. They even got a guest star.
Clamping down.
I want everybody out of here now.
Get the crash guardians.
Look at those 4:3 aspect ratio TVs.
Everybody out of here now.
Get the crash guard. He's having a cardiac arrest.
All right. Get them out.
Wait, holy shit. Is this real? Cincinnati Children's Hospital denies Vice President J.D. Vance's 12-year-old, relative, I thought it was daughter, a heart transplant because she's not vaccinated against COVID-19 per NYP. Oof, I'm talking so far outside of any medical knowledge I know, but my guess would be that you probably need to be completely up on your vaccines to get any sort of transplant. That's not surprising at all, because if you're getting a transplant, you have to be on immunosuppressant drugs for the rest of your life. So you're already more susceptible to illness. It wouldn't surprise me if there was like a whole battery of immunizations and shit that they were making sure you would have before getting a transplant. That'd be my guess. Also, this is per New York Post, so this might not even be true, maybe. There's not even a good argument to not have the COVID vax here, because if you're a conspiracy theorist, if you're a conspiracy theorist on the COVID vax, what's your leading conspiracy theory? It causes myocarditis and pericarditis. Okay, well, that's in the old heart that's getting thrown in the trash anyway. So why not get the vaccine? Have it blow your heart up. You're getting a heart transplant anyway. Who cares, right? Does the donor person's vaccine record have to match? I have no idea about that. My guess is no. I don't know if their thing matters as much, but I'm not sure. I think you have to be careful with the vaccines for liver transplant. Some doctors recommend against COVID vax for liver transplant, I think. I've never heard that before. That could be true, though. I just don't know anything about it. Galotech stands back there. Yeah, I think I'm going to get a different thing, though. I think I'm going to get a different thing for holding the pistols. I don't like these horizontal wall mounts because they sag a little bit. So I feel like I would rather just get the... Wait, this is not... I clicked an ad, didn't I? Did I just get fucking baited? I so got baited. Good job, Google. You got me. I was going to say, this is not their website. Fuck me, dude. I think this is what I have right now, but I don't like it because I think they sag. Even though I screwed in that top one, it still sags a little bit. It's not perfectly horizontal, which is driving me crazy. But you can instead get, I think just these. I think these might look better. Like just having the little things like that is fine, I think. Why do you have so many guns? I don't have that many. Or I guess it depends on who you ask. Why do I have... My first gun was a Glock 17 because everybody recommends a Glock. And the 17 is a big, nice, hardy, fun, it's cheap. Like, the Glocks are just standard because like they never break. You can put 10,000 rounds through them without cleaning them. They're super reliable. I think a new Glock 17 is probably, what, like $600 maybe? So that was my first one. My second one was a Mosin Nagant, but I don't have that one. I think that's at home or in Nebraska. And then I wanted a better concealed carry weapon, so I got the two most common I've heard recommended are the two bottom ones. It's a Smith & Wesson Shield, and then it's a P365 SAS. And those are both like really standard micro compact 9mm guns that are both nice. And then second from the top is a P210, which I think is like the most fun handgun ever, at least for the range. Can only hold 8 rounds in the magazine, but super fun to shoot. And the top is an Alien Luago, which is some experimental $5,000 handgun that is supposed to shoot really nice as well. And I've shot one before that was really nice, and this one jams a lot, so hopefully next time I go it's not fucked. You need to increase the brightness of your key light. You need more contrast between you and the background. So I don't really know what to do about that. I do need more contrast, but I don't know if the issue is that... I think the issue is just that that wall is white, so it's always going to absorb more color. And I don't know how to make me stand out more than from the background. Like I have a key light here and I've got a light here, but if I make them any brighter, it also makes that wall brighter back there. I don't know what to do about that. I've tried to aim them. Like this one aims like this. It's almost totally horizontal, but are the springs on the M&P shield still super fucking tight? I used to sell them when they first came out. What spring for what? Like for racking the slide or? What makes a gun fun to shoot? What makes a gun fun to shoot? Well, I mean, all metal frames are fun because they're larger, so less recoil. I think all metal ones just feel nicer, so less recoil is always nice. It's very accurate, which is nice. It looks cool. I mean, the feel of a trigger can be nice. I don't know if I'm good enough to like give you like super accurate like the trigger pull on this one is so better, blah blah blah. I don't know. Ask a pro shooter. Like the top one, that Alien one, is really nice because you can shoot, and because of the way the slide works and the red dot works, you can just shoot over and over and over again without it really resetting your aim much, and you can be incredibly accurate shooting rapid fire with it, which is like really fun. But I shoot a Glock 17 for my job. What are you, a cop? But the grips are too big, dainty hands. Any experience with shaving down a grip? Is that a Metal Gear Solid 3 reference? The Glock 17 is a big handgun, but... Get a fancy custom wall with cutouts, big blue D branding with backlighting. You're rich, LeMayo. Maybe. Maybe. Damn, this guy mogs the fuck out of me. Your neck should be a USP compact. You'll love to shoot that one. Great trigger pull. True. Not because of anything you just said, but because I remember that gun from Metal Gear Solid 2. Always buy video game guns. I almost bought that. It's a Jericho 941 because it's what Cowboy Bebop uses. I love Cowboy Bebop. He's my favorite guy ever. But I've heard that this gun is a piece of shit. And it'll like, I don't know if this was the one I was looking at where it can even drop fire. Like if you drop it and it hits the ground, it'll fucking shoot. I don't know if that was true or not, but I've heard bad things about this firearm, so I don't know. But Spike uses it. As a 38-year-old gunsmith with 92 years of experience, the only good handgun is a snub-nose 38 like that guy used to execute the Viet Cong duder. Damn. Why do you need to show off your guns? I don't know, because I don't have anything to show off. I'm not like I don't buy things. I just like do computer shit. So if I have something I collect, I might as well put it on a stand somewhere. They nearly did an AR pistol built. I don't think I would ever get an AR pistol. I feel like I would just look for I finally bought the Benelli shotgun. I can pick that up on the 19th. I don't remember what I've shot. I've shot a few pistol caliber carbines, but I don't remember what they were. Carbines. Is it really pronounced carbine? It looks like carbine. These are also just incredibly fun to shoot. But I don't remember which ones I've fired before, but I'm guessing all of them are pretty sick. Is there a way to add lighting to point along the brightest portions of the walls to cast it in a shadow? Almost. Maybe if the majority of light comes from the windows, putting something in front of them to block the parts that prevent you from standing out. I have no idea. Here's my... AR pistols can also be in 5.56. It's kind of a way to get around the SBR laws. Yeah, but would I want an AR pistol chambered in 5.56? That sounds cringe. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Oh, seriously. Hold on one sec. Like these are, I even put different things on the what do you call it, diffusers, like these little diffuser screen things on the lights. But like these are my two lights on the side. Like this is arguably my key on the left, and also the window with the sunlight. And then this is my my fill, I guess. Although I think I have both of these blasting at 100%. But like I don't know what else to do. Like this is almost faced like directly at me and almost a little bit that way. But it still seems like they put out enough light that it lights up the wall behind me enough, like more than it lights me up. I mean, the wall behind me is white, so it absorbs light super easily as well. Or I shouldn't say absorbs, it reflects light as well. You can get a grid for your lights to control spill onto your background. I don't know what that means when you say that. Get a grid for your lights to control spill onto your background. I don't know what you mean when you say that. I imagine you don't want straight up curtains to block out the view. Would sheer curtains block that much out? Well, even at night, I'm still not lit as brightly as I'd like to be compared to the wall back there. Photographer here, it looks totally fine. I mean, it doesn't look horrible, but like I could be lit more compared to my background. Like I think immediately if you were to just look at me, like my background is probably lit, maybe just because it's white, it's lit better than I am. Or we're almost like fighting. Like if I could be like 5 shades, that means nothing. Of lightness better than that background, it would be better, but. You're lifting it, I saw the creatine on your desk. No, since they banned the gender reassignment drugs, I just take creatine until I get a fat fucking pussy. Your background is blurry, you should bring it in focus. The background is supposed to be blurry technically. Get rid of the jackets hanging in the background. Why? It's my entryway. What happened to your filters you were using when you first came back with the new setup? I don't use filters on any of my shit. I don't know why people think I'm using filters. I don't even know where I would put... Well, no, I mean, I'm sure I could figure out where to put them in on OBS or something, but... What kind of lights are you using for your key and fill? They're just Nanlite... something 60. Nope. Why? Did you know? I've complained about this in chat. I don't know if I've complained about this on stream. This website is Jewish. It's Jewish owned. Like on Friday night to Saturday evening, you can't add anything to your cart, or you can't like ship anything or like confirm an order because they're on the website is on Shabbat. Like it goes on Shabbat vacation. Why? It's so cringe. Or not, I guess. Maybe based. Why don't they have can't they just get like a Shabbat slave to run things or whatever? Where the fuck can I find? Is your goal a background you can keep, or do you think it's good to make gradual changes? If I can add anything or whatever, I'd make changes, but ideally I just want to have like a stable background. But I like this one more than the one I had out there. It's a little bit more intentional. If you have room behind you, you could add a hair light that also hits a touch of your shoulders and wraps around you, which will make you stand out more. I've already got that. And I think it's on. Oh, it got moved a little. This, yeah. I could make it brighter, but then it would be crazy. Check out r/creatine. It's the best shit posting sub left. I know, that's what I was referring to. It's a good meme sub. Would sheer curtains help block most of the light that hits that wall? Basically, it leaves enough of your camera lights to hit. Which sheer curtains? Where would I even put them at? Please tell me what your key and fill are. I'm here to help. I remember you. You're a crazy, unhinged guy. My key and fill aren't going to make a difference here. I need to find a way to just make them not hit the back wall. Fuck me. I don't know. Which are they? There's a Nanlite kit that sells two of these things. This is my key and my fill. Look, they're even by just for me. Pab Slim 60Bs. I've got 2 of these, I believe. Did you hear Rolex is pulling out of the US? That's actually crazy. Wait, like confirmed? Do you prefer high-rise or a house? I like apartments, personally. I don't want to fucking mow the lawn or any of that bullshit. Destiny, link. Yes, bro, yes, I literally have both of these already set up. That isn't my picture. I literally have these 2 boxes set up, yes. That's what this is, right? I'm assuming this soft box here, yes. There's nothing on Rolex leaving, and it's not a US brand. Oh, okay. You're always going to keep the door open. Could mount the shotgun rack to the back of the door so it shows when closed. I don't think I want to, like, this. It's just like a cheap wooden door. I feel like I would destroy the door. Also, having a closed door is just, it sucks. And I can shoot more light back there, so. Are you loading the creatine or only doing 5 grams like a soy boy? I do 5 grams an hour, bro. If you're not juicing at least 250 grams of creatine a day, what the fuck are you doing with your life? I like it when you do 200 plus grams of creatine a day as well, because you can never like thirst to death, because you develop like a hump in your stomach, like a camel, where you store all the extra water that you need to become shredded as fuck. But then if you get thirsty and you're outside, you just draw from all of the water that the mass creatine is helping you store. You need to raise the light higher and aim it down more. I mean, I could do that, but then I'm worried that I would create like really harsh shadows under my eyes and it would look like really dramatic, no? If I aim it down more though, maybe that would help. I don't know. I'll try it tonight. I need it to be like dark in here to see how it impacts my night shot. You're not doing creatine IV? No, there's too much risk poking your fucking shit in and out of your veins over and over again. Usually if you get like the little capsules like this, you can just pop them right into your ass and then you absorb it throughout the day. Lower your fill and point it upwards, opposite the fill. You mean the key to soften those shadows? Maybe. Why don't you close the left half of the window with a curtain so that the light hits more of your half of the room rather than the back? I'll figure it out. Don't worry about it, okay? When is the full when is the full podcast with Evil Mike dropping? I don't know. Whenever August wants to drop it. Okay? He's had it for 3 weeks. It's up to him. He's the YouTube guy. Okay, let's read this real quick. Voters were right about the economy. Destiny was wrong. Sorry, the data was wrong. Here's why unemployment is higher. Wages are lower and growth less robust than government statistics suggest. Uh-oh. What happened to uploading in 4K? What is my stream at right now? Settings, video. Oh, it's probably in 1440p. Was it like that before? Or was it at 4K before? Why isn't Destiny not contacting a brand for this shit and getting it for free or a massive discount? Oh, for Nanlite? It's like a Chinese brand. I don't even know if they sponsor anybody, firstly. Secondly, I don't know. I really don't like... If I like shit, I like... Oh, I know why I have it at 1440, not 4K. The reason... sorry, fuck. Stop distracting me. If I like stuff, I like to buy it to support the company, I guess. I don't know. It feels good to buy things and support companies. The reason why we weren't doing 4K is because if I have the stream set to 4K, when I'm live streaming, it makes it so that the speed is the latency. I have to put it to normal latency. I can't use low latency, which means there's like a 30-second delay, I think, between my videos. So like the chat responses are really bad. I mean, the interviews you film, why is that in 1080p? Oh, I don't know. Ask August. Maybe it's still uploading the higher quality version?
Sir.
I don't know which part of our combo he uploaded here, but the end of my conversation with Mike was a lot better than I thought it would be. I was really worried this was going to be horrible. The stuff he says about like corporations running governments, that's just some crazy libertarian shit that I'm not okay with. But I didn't fight too much on this. But there's a part where we talk about like, oh, what are things that we could do better for people that are less genetically predispositioned to be like better people or whatever. And he has a lot of actually interesting ideas that I thought that I'm glad he had, rather than just like, oh, those people are genetically fucked, get rid of them, you know? You should get into skateboarding. It'll be a fun hobby. I think skateboarding is for like 20s. I think when you're in the 30s, I don't think you have the luxury of having hobbies like that, because if you fall and hurt yourself, you're out for like 3 weeks. Okay? Listen, I'm not that old, but... How did you contend with the idea that corporations are more efficient than government? I mean, I don't know if that's true, but also corporations can afford to take more risk. J6 video is still happening? Maybe. It's on my computer right now, okay? I just need to do a little bit more work with it. If corporations were running government, do you think slavery ever would have been abolished? Who knows? Why do you take creatine? I don't know. It's like a free rep when you're fully loaded. Why not? Before the presidential election, many Democrats were puzzled by the seeming disconnect between economic reality as reflected in various government statistics and the public's perception of the economy on the ground. Many in Washington bristled as the public's failure to register how strong the economy really was. What they really considered was whether something else might be responsible for the disconnect. Whether, for instance, government statistics were fundamentally flawed. What if, on some level, I relate to the frustrations that makes it... Hold on, let me just... What's the interesting part? Cities that appeared increasingly seedy, regions that seemed derelict. Driving into the office each day in Washington, I noted a homeless encampment fixed outside the Federal Reserve itself. Then I began to detect a second pattern inside and outside D.C. Alike, Democrats, on the whole, seemed much more inclined to believe what the economic indicators reported. Republicans, by contrast, seemed much more inclined to believe what they were seeing with their own two eyes. Of the nation's capital locations for decades, small quarter. The bottom line is that for 20 years or more, including the months prior to the election, voter perception was more reflective of reality than the incumbent statistics. Our research revealed that the data collected by the various agencies is largely accurate. Moreover, the people staffing this agency are talented and well-intentioned, but the filters used to compute the headline statistics are flawed. As a result, they paint a much rosier picture of reality. Take as a particularly egregious example, what is perhaps the most widely reported economic indicator, unemployment. Known to experts as the U3, the number misleads in several ways. First, it counts as employed the millions of people who are unwillingly underemployed. That is, people who, for example, work only a few hours each week while searching for a full-time job. So, yes, okay. There are other numbers to track stuff like this, but okay. Second, like everybody who knows unemployment statistics knows this, but okay. Second, it does not take into account how many Americans who have been so discouraged that they are no longer trying to get a job. Yes, that's why it's the U3 and not the U6 or the labor force participation. Like everybody knows this as well. Finally, the prevailing statistics do not account for the meagerness of any individual's income. Thus, you could be homeless in the streets, making an intermittent income and functionally incapable of keeping your family fed, and the government would still count you as employed. Yeah, it's just an employment statistic. We know this. Wait, who's the writer for this article? Hold on. Eugene Ludwig is chair of the Ludwig Institute for Shared Economic Prosperity. What is this? Okay, I don't know. All right. I don't believe those who went into this past election taking pride in the unemployment numbers understood that the near record low unemployment figures, that figure was a mere 4.2% in November, counted homeless people doing occasional work as employed. Yeah, but it's always been this way. But the implications are powerful. If you filter the statistics to include as unemployed people who can't find any, I hope he doesn't do the thing. If you want to filter this and create a different way to look at it, that's fine. But then you make sure that you go back retrospectively and see if it also like changes in the past. Like, have we had a wide divergence? Don't just look at it right now and then not compare it to the past, but let's see. But the implications are powerful. You filter the statistic to include as unemployed people who can't find anything but part-time work or who make a poverty wage, roughly $25,000. That percentage is actually 23.7%. In other words, nearly 1 of every 4 workers is functionally unemployed in America today. Hardly something to celebrate. Wait, what? If you work part-time, that makes you functionally unemployed. Does this include, is this looking at households or just individuals? Because you could have people that are working, like 2 people could have this job in a shared apartment and be probably doing fine. But, okay. This picture is similar. Also, historically, look it up historically. Are these wildly diverging from historic data? The picture is similarly misleading when examining the methodology used to track how much Americans are earning. The prevailing government indicator, known colloquially as weekly earnings, tracks full-time wages to the exclusion of both the unemployed and those engaged in typically lower paid part-time work. Typically, today, as a result, those keeping track are led to believe that the median wage in the U.S. stands at roughly $61,900. But if you track everyone in the workforce, that is, if you include part-time workers and unemployed job seekers, the results are remarkably different. Our research reveals that the median wage is actually little more than $52,300 per year. Think of that. American workers on the median are making 16% less than the prevailing. Okay, this is actually higher than I even thought it would be, but okay. Perhaps the most prominent issue of the 2024 campaign, inflation, tracks much of the same story. Democrats mentioned those with modest incomes purchase only for, okay, this is retarded. Okay. Numbers can only track certain things. That's one of the reasons why I tell you, like, if you're looking at numbers, like, just keep in mind, like, what they're tracking. But people know what they're tracking, right? Like, unemployment gives you a glimpse at what the employment situation looks like in the United States, but it's not everything. Same thing with median wages can give you glimpses on, like, you put together a story based on an amalgamation of all these different numbers, but like all of them on their own, of course, have limitations. The BLS also publishes alternative measures of inflation, like the U6 is more conservative and is still low. Yeah, sure. I think isn't like the U3, 4, 5, and 6 all published? I thought. I think underemployment is published as well, but hey, we'll see if people continue to complain about wages and cost of living now that Trump is president, or if all those things magically go away. Who knows? We'll see. Do you only read full articles on your stream or in your YouTube videos as well? If so, aren't you afraid of the newspapers copyright striking you? That'd be funny. I mean, theoretically they could. Technically, the book reading that we do on stream, those people might be able to as well. I don't know. Based. I agree about the Spectrum comment, but the process is what I want to learn more about. It doesn't seem like Destiny looks at YouTube chat, sadly. What? Because I didn't respond to every single thing? What? What did I not respond to? I'm a Biden simp, not a Trumper, for what it's worth. Just wanted Destiny's take because media is all over the place on this. Is all over the place on what? Dirk says, the take is we are in a constitutional crisis because he isn't lifting the freeze and will never produce a shred of evidence that he did anything to lift that freeze. Not all constitutional crises are created equal. The EO overreach is nothing new, so when the difference becomes clear to the public, we'll see. Dirk says, this isn't the same old EO overreach. A Biden simp would not say this. You sound closer to Dave Smith than Biden. Than a Biden simp. Ooh, got him. I agree about the Spectrum comment, but the process is what I want to learn more about. It doesn't seem Destiny looks at YouTube chats, and then he said that. What am I not responding to? What do you want me to respond to? What's your question?
We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective.
Yikes. Shameful to see the United States of America surrendering sovereign European territory to the terroristic fucking state of Russia that has now invaded and stripped from a European country part of its sovereign recognized territory. We had the breakup of Yugoslavia, which was a lot messier, I think, and a little bit harder to know for sure, like, this is like a fuck thing or whatever, in terms of the country staying together or not, back in 92? Right? Wait, fuck. Breakup, Yugoslavia. When it formally totally split into a different country. Was that in like 91, 92? But other than that, the borders have been pretty stable in Europe, and now we just have Russia fucking shit up.
Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering. A durable peace for Ukraine must include robust security guarantees to ensure that the war will not begin again. This must not be Minsk 3.0. That said, the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement.
Damn, so Ukraine gets fucked on everything? No NATO, no security guarantees, no territory, like it loses territory. Like, does Ukraine get anything out of it? Why wouldn't they just fight forever then? Why don't they say, oh, fuck it, we're just gonna literally fight until we're all dead?
Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops.
What? Wait, I'm so sorry. Like who? Who else? I'm ignorant on this point. What other military alliances exist beyond NATO? BRICS isn't even considered a military alliance, is it? Right? No, it's just economic. Same thing with the EU, right? Who else besides... Are there any other like economic... Or I'm sorry, not economic. Are there like other military alliances? There could be that. I just don't know. Wasn't there one that existed that Tulsi didn't know and everybody's making fun of her for, but I've never heard of it before? What am I thinking of?
Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops.
ASEAN,
If these troops
or
are
whatever?
deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5.
So then what? So what? Is it going to be UN peacekeeping forces? Can you deploy UNEF? Is it UNEF, emergency force? Can you deploy that if a member on the Security Council vetoes it? Is Russia going to be okay on the Security Council approving peacekeeping troops to prevent their own invasion of Ukraine?
There also must be robust international oversight of the line of contact. To be clear, as part of any security guarantee, there will not be U.S. troops deployed to Ukraine. To further enable effective diplomacy and drive down energy prices that fund the Russian war machine, President Trump is unleashing American energy production and encouraging other nations to do the same. Lower energy prices, coupled with more effective enforcement of energy sanctions, will help bring Russia to the table. Safeguarding European security must be an imperative for European members of NATO. As part of this, Europe must provide the overwhelming share of future lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. Members of this contact group must meet the moment.
Well, I don't understand why we didn't just end the war on day one then. If the negotiation was going to be Ukraine, you lose everything, no territory, no reparations, no security guarantees, you're just fucked. Then why didn't we could have done this on day one. I could have negotiated this. Hey Putin, here's the deal, okay? You win everything. Oh, that's a day one negotiation. What are we waiting for on this?
This means donating more ammunition and equipment, leveraging comparative advantages, expanding your defense industrial base, and importantly, leveling with your citizens about the threat facing Europe. Part of this is speaking frankly with your people about how this threat can only be met
with European resistance, not with NATO, because the U.S. doesn't want fuck all to do with you anymore, because we're just going to sit over here on the other side of the Atlantic gooning.
Part of this is speaking frankly with your people about how this threat can only be met by spending more on defense. 2% is not enough. President Trump?
2% for what? Oh. Now? Oh, hold on. Oh. Now they know what the NATO spending is for. You need to spend 5% because you said before, no NATO troops, no Article 5 defense, no joining NATO, but you need to spend 5%. You need to spend more on your militaries. This isn't spending to bring you up to what a NATO country should spend as. This is spending to bring you up to where hopefully the US doesn't have to do fuck all anymore to help you. It's just you guys are, it's every country for themselves. That's cute that we would use a NATO spending leverage point, talking point here to not have any kind of NATO obligations.
Has called for 5%. And I agree.
What a waste of all of our training and all of our military. It was like the one good thing the U.S. had was like our military shit at least. And now we just do nothing, I guess, with it. So do they want other NATO countries to increase spending, but the U.S. doesn't have to increase? It's not about the spending. It's about them not relying on NATO. That's what they want. By they, I mean the U.S. The U.S. wants them to not have to rely on NATO, the European countries, and they just need to spend more on the military so the U.S. doesn't have to do anything. This is so lame. I thought, like, we should be like losing a war, and then that's how you lose your position in the world. Not because of Fox News hosts. It's so cringe. No, Destiny, this 5% means that European states need to buy more American weapons to ensure NATO. It's about spending. Yeah, but it's not about NATO. It's about the European countries being able to defend Ukraine without NATO. I think that's the point of this. That's what it sounds like.
To restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? To restore democracy. This may seem like, well, are we in a democracy? To restore democracy.
You're not the president? I don't think that's what he's saying. I can't hear that at all. Is he saying that?
To restore democracy.
He's saying something like protect me or something. You need to go away or something? I don't know. I don't think he's saying you're not the president. I don't hear that. Hegseth has been more coherent than Rubio since confirmation. Honestly, he literally doesn't have the political mandate to push for NATO membership, nor the role where he could do so. I don't know what that is supposed to be a response to, but Trump is unironically about to cause the disintegration of NATO. Ask yourself, what would happen if Putin decides to invade the Baltics after peace in Ukraine with his war machine well up and running? I don't know. I don't think that Putin wants to anymore, but like, isn't this hurting Russia? That's my understanding, but somebody said, did this guy deserve it? Dude came out the store and found this drug addict keying his car. Was him going crazy justified? Wow, Peak, thanks for the $10. Was that a gun or? Oh no. Damn! Wait, hold on. I'm not gonna watch this. Go! Well, he was beating him up. Russia is fucked economically. They're also completely reliant on China and India. Their war machine is fine, but it can't operate for years and years on end like this. They aren't going to become a war maniac without insane immigration. They don't have enough population to maintain a modern economy and do this. Sure, okay. But I feel like Putin probably, maybe, I'm speaking so out of my ass. I would imagine it looks good for Putin if he could walk away from all of this with like a W. Which it seems like he could, right? At least optically. What is this?
I'm going to be talking.
Trump is breaking media brains. NIH cuts indirect payments and scientists freak out. Somebody link me this to watch.
About a few things in this video. I'm going to be talking about Trump, the media coverage of him, and in particular, a decision that was made Friday, 5 p.m. by the National Institutes of Health to cap the indirect...
Shitting on Hegseth is weird when he is, for all intents and purposes, doing a good job with the mandate he's left with. He's operating within a strongly anti-NATO admin. I don't understand what you're talking to me about. I'm not even... I don't even think I attacked... Oh, I called him a Fox News host, I guess. Yeah, that was an insult I threw at him. My issue, though, is obviously... My issue is not just with Hegseth. My issue is with the administration's demeanor towards NATO and European security, obviously. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't blame any of this on Hegseth, of course. I'll just shit on him like I would for any other cabinet-level Trump pig. But the issue is obviously the Trump administration's position on, NATO and European security.
payments to universities at 15%, 15 cents on the dollar for NIH awards. This has created a load of controversy among academic researchers. We're going to unpack that, and we're really going to get into the details of how universities run. But first, Donald Trump. Donald Trump has gotten under the skin of...
At Destiny, that behavior is not acceptable at all. Your car being keyed is not carte blanche to start assaulting people. I could never tell if this was just an autistic position that I had, or if this is just a difference. Or if there's just a difference between people who came up in different like classes, but like having somebody destroy your shit when you can't afford much shit is just the ultimate trigger to me. It's like one of the worst crimes that you could do personally. Like if somebody's stealing your shit or keying your car or whatever, and this is like all you have money for, and now I don't know, that shit enrages the fuck out of me. Like for a middle class person, or like where I'm at now financially, if somebody's keying my shit, I would just call the cops or walk away. I don't give a fuck. I just replace it. Who cares? But when you only have like a few things and somebody's breaking those things, especially for no reason, I'd lose my mind. Fuck that. Yes, I agree. Keying a car is the equivalent to watching somebody raping your dog. Would you accept that? Exactly.
Of all the media outlets, and he is doing it marvelously. They're taking the bait every time he says anything. They're running it on the front page, losing their mind, suffering from a derangement syndrome. He talked about Greenland and how he was going to acquire Greenland, and they ran with that for day after day after day. Now, 1 week, 2 weeks later, they're not talking about that anymore. They are literally jumping on any single thing he says and blowing it on the front page just so they have something to talk about. They don't seem to know how to just wait, see what happens, take it easy.
Oh, this guy's retarded. I thought this guy was not going to be retarded. Why is Trump just allowed to say anything? Like, why is it that conservatives were allowed to do this with every single thing that Biden said? And Biden wasn't even saying like crazy unhinged things. But now when Trump is saying, like, the US president can't threaten to invade our allies. Like...
And that's because I think they're so biased against him. They don't like him. They didn't vote for him. They disagree with anything he does. Whatever he says, they're going to say the opposite. We saw this happen before. It happened in the pandemic. When he said reopen schools, they said actually school is the most dangerous place you could ever send your child, and COVID is the worst thing that could ever happen to them. And that was a complete lie. And so they did a load of damage by blindly opposing everything he says, and they're falling for it yet again. And that relates to the main...
Like, this is literally the, what's the comic where the guy's like, I'm acting retarded, and somebody's like, you're being retarded, and he's like, haha, gotcha, I was only trolling. I was only pretending to be retarded. Like... Yeah, threatening to invade our allies is a big deal. Threatening to put 25% tariffs on our closest and largest trading partners is a big deal. 25%. Did we actually pull the trigger on that steel tariff? Is that a thing? Is that in place now? Or did he just say he was going to do it? Did we actually do it? Is it done? Yes? Yeah, okay. These are big deals. Oh, he did 1 day ago. Is reinstating the 25% tariff on steel imports and increasing tariffs on aluminum imports to 25%.
Topic. The National Institutes of Health announced on Friday that they're going to cap indirect payments to universities and other research centers at 15 cents on the dollar, 15%, rather than the exorbitant amounts of money they've been spending, which include 60 cents, 65 cents on the dollar, and even 90 cents for some of these premier, quote-unquote, premier research institutes like Salk and Scripps.
Quote-unquote premier. Do we not like U.S. research anymore? Like, does the U.S. just not do anything that we're proud of? Do we not like anything this country does? Well, like, I don't understand how MAGA seems to co-opted. They've co-opted the worst talking points from the extreme right and the worst talking points from the extreme left. How? They shit on every part of all of our institutions and everything else, and then they like hate our country. They don't defend any of our like large business or anything. They just like hate every part of our country. That was supposed to be progressives. Progressives shit on America, not conservatives as well. What the fuck?
What does this mean? What does the average person think? I want to just stop for a minute and just say, what does the average person think? I believe the average person in America doesn't really care. They've seen the scientists and experts get up there on TV for year after year and say things that ran against their own common sense and intuition. For instance, that you should mask your toddler. For instance, you should get a booster right after you've already had and recovered from COVID. They've seen people tell them things that just go against their intuition, and they've lost.
Were people recommending getting boosters right after COVID infections? I don't remember somebody saying right after, but okay, maybe somebody did. I don't know.
Faith in researchers and expertise, and they want to see some cuts. They're also, I think, frustrated with the ways in which the research agenda often has research projects focused on things they disagree with, like diversity supplements, diversity, equity, inclusion, some of these themes that I think the average American does not like. Meanwhile, the academy is so distant and removed from the average American, they don't know how this is being perceived. So we'll come back to that. What are indirects? Every time a researcher in the U.S. applies for a grant and gets that money, they get a direct payment, which they have budgeted very carefully. For instance, you get a $100,000 grant. It's going to fund a portion of your salary for a few years. It's going to fund a lab tech. It's going to fund, some equipment that's built into that $100,000 budget. But your university has separately negotiated, and I think the Office of Management and Budget separately negotiated an indirect payment that comes to the university for allowing you to work there and housing you and giving you electricity and lab space, etc. That indirect payment can range. If you're a philanthropic association like Gates Foundation or the Chan Zuckerberg Foundation, they cap that indirect payment to the institution at like 10% or 15%. But these universities have negotiated sweetheart deals with the NIH. They get 60 cents on the dollar. So that $100,000 comes with $60,000 that's given to the university, for instance. What do they do with that money? They don't have to document anything with that money. They don't have to say how much it costs to have the lights. They don't have to say what it costs to pay for the centrifuge or anything like that. They don't have to give a line item budget. They just take that money and put it in the pot of money. They can do whatever the hell they want with the indirect. And that is part of the problem. It's money that the public has given them that is completely unaccountable. Okay, they can do anything they want with it. Now, people say that sometimes they do use that money to further the goals of the research. Absolutely, I don't disagree. They use that money to pay for the lights. Absolutely. But they also use that money to pay for things that you don't like, that the American people would not like. And some things that would make them quite upset. They use those things to pay for consultants, for instance, to have mandatory diversity training, which I think many Americans disagree with. They use that money to create pots of money, and departments and individual people have pots of money that are discretionary money that can be used for anything. Then they may make a rule that says, for instance, if you travel to Europe to go to a conference, you're allowed to reimburse.
I wish that there were sources that he would post for this, because like the idea that you're getting all of this money and you don't have to line item it or you don't have to account for any of it, like the fact that these costs, so for instance, the fact that your indirect costs are capped at administrative costs at 26% seems to show that you have to account for the money somehow. Otherwise, how would anybody even know that?
The calculation of indirect costs, right? And in 1991, as I told you, there's two parts to indirect costs, administrative and facilities. In 1991, there was a cap placed on administrative costs at 26% of the modified total direct costs for universities and institutions of higher education, not for other organizations. And that cap has been in place 25 years now. When the cap first went into place, most institutions were around the 26% or less for their administrative.
There's a 9-year-old video on NIH grants. How would they know this, though? They don't line item anything. Like, you really think they just get like a blank check for money and no one has any idea where it goes? I guess it could be possible, but can you show me some evidence of that?
For business class travel. And so this money, indirect money, is being laundered into discretionary funds, slush funds, and that funds are in part used so that people can fly business class to Europe to stay at a very nice hotel and go to a conference that may have no actual scientific value. They may not even be in the conference that much. They're flying a lavish business class. They're enjoying drinks. If you're inviting speakers, maybe you're taking them out to dinner and you're paying for drinks, and that's in part using that indirect.
Like, how do you know this? If we don't account for any of that money, then how do you know it's being spent like this? How would you know? Like, it doesn't even make sense on its face. Like, we don't know where any of this money is going, and all of the money is going to corrupt slush funds. I thought it was unaccounted for.
Money. You're running up the alcohol tab. You're paying for fine wine. Now, I'm not saying this is the majority of that spending. I doubt it is. But money is fungible. And some of that money is used for these things that are frivolous. It's different than in the federal government. When you work at NIH, and I worked at NIH for 3 years, you're not allowed to run up these things. You're not allowed to have business class travel. And you're not allowed to pay for alcohol, I don't think, at all, under any circumstances. I've never seen them reimburse for that. Whether you invite a guest speaker or go out, you got to pay for that on your own account. Apparently, what you're allowed to do is have a New York Times subscription. Apparently, that's something they allow you to do, so you can play your Wordle in your office. Okay, they allow that. I think that's a little bit fishy. This is what Elon has uncovered with Doge, and I'm skeptical, because when I was there, they called...
Uncovered. This is all publicly available, but...
was you would not be allowed to do that, and I think that's absolutely ridiculous. Side note, some people say that you might need the New York Times for work to stay abreast of information. When I worked at NIH, I needed to wear dress shoes and a dress shirt to see patients. And I could say, and this is probably true, that aside from going to see patients, I would never need to wear those dress shoes and I would never need to wear that dress shirt. But I sure as hell can't buy a dress shirt with NIH dollars. Okay, that makes no sense. We live in a world where there are some standards and some things you have to pay for out of your pocket. You have to pay for your own New York Times subscription. You can't use the public taxpayer money on that, and you have to buy your own shirt and pants, even if those shirt and pants are only used while you're at work. Okay, it's pretty ridiculous.
The tax justification, I can't speak directly to the NIH thing, but you can't use things that you would take with you into ordinary life. You can't charge those as business expenses. So if I go get a nice haircut and if I buy a really nice suit for an appearance on like a Piers Morgan live show or whatever, I can't expense that to a business account because I have my haircut when I go into the real world outside of work, and I can take that suit with me wherever I go. However, if I were to show up to a Piers episode and we were doing like a special cosplay edition and I've got to dress up as Sailor Moon or whatever, I can expense that because those are like within that line of business. I think it's an ordinary expense, although anything in the stream world is hard to say what's ordinary. But like that's not something that I could take with me to the, I wouldn't use that in my daily life. So, I mean, if you don't ever wear your shoes or ever wear any of the stuff you buy for your job outside, like ordinarily, I mean, that's on you. You can, but...
Back to the NIH. So they've negotiated all these deals over the years. And
Same with the New York Times subscription. I can't speak to that. I don't know why they would need that or what that's for. My wonder I would have is I wonder if they have like a special enterprise-wide discount negotiated for some of these subscriptions. Like that would kind of make sense, but I don't know if that's true or not, right? Like maybe the NIH gets discounted funding for people who subscribe to the New York Times or something. I don't know.
These universities are just pocketing tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, and more over time, perhaps billions of dollars from this indirect public money. This is money that we're taxing people, school bus drivers and plumbers, to get this money. And they're using this money in ways that you won't like.
Can you expense a hairstylist you pay? Not if you're just getting a haircut or whatever. No, if you like hired a hairstylist for like a business, maybe you could, but you'd have to like 1099 them, not just pay them for services.
Okay, in part. this administration comes in and they very quickly and draconianly say, we're going to cut it all down to 15%. And of course, people addicted to using this money are completely up in arms. They're furious. They're saying cures are going to...
Yeah, see, like he keeps saying New York Times, New York Times, New York Times, but I wonder how many of these subscriptions like included the New York Times, but they were like by and large for scientific publications, like journals and stuff, but...
go away. We're going to miss out on all these cures. Is this realistic or is this theater? I want to make 10 points. Number one, the 15% indirect rate would bring the NIH in line with Gates Foundation, Smith Richardson Foundation, Gordon Betty Moore Foundation, Chan Zuckerberg, John Templeton, other philanthropic associations. No university has ever rejected money from those foundations, okay? Because it's too low of an indirect. They can make it work, okay? That's point number one. Point number two, this change will dramatically change academic incentives. There's going to be second and third order changes. We can't even fully anticipate all the changes, but let me give you one. Right now, if you're up for promotion at the NIH, not the NIH, if you're up for promotion at any university, they will give you a lot of credit if you have NIH funding. In many places, they'll say you can't become associate or full professor unless you have NIH grants. When you ask them, wait, why do I have to have NIH grants to go up for full professor? They say an NIH grant being funded is the highest validation from your peers that your work is meritorious. It's validation from others in your field. The problem with that argument is that in the absence of NIH grants, you could have many, many publications, including in very good journals. And every publication is the validation of your peers because these are peer-reviewed publications. So to me, the idea that NIH grants are somehow the highest form of peer review, that's not true. The second point, the membership of study sections is mediocre. You can listen, not my opinion. This is Jeff Flyer, the former dean of Harvard Medical School. He has a podcast.
They can accept lower private rates because the government money exists now. Yeah, that's part. So that's what I read in that email earlier. Some universities will say they'll accept lower rates from private grants, but it's because they get so much from the public government grants that they can afford to do that. Kind of like how there are doctors, this is purely anecdotal, so take that for what it's worth, but I've had doctors who run private practices and who work at larger hospitals tell me that one of the reasons why they can afford to take cheaper Medicare patients or Medicaid patients is because because private insurance pays more. So even though they're willing to accept lower government insurance rates, it's because private insurance will pay more that it kind of subsidizes the cost of some of those lower patients. Yeah.
Out today, this is Saturday, February 9th, February 8th, he has a podcast out today on Sensible Medicine where he says point blank, the study section membership is not as good as it was in the past. So it's not really the highest validation among the best people in the field. It's a validation among some randomly selected peers, which is what peer review is as well. Now, but that's what they tell us. That's why they want NIH grants. But that's not the real reason why they want NIH grants. The real reason they want NIH grants is that they get more money. So of course we want to promote people who bring in NIH grants because dollar for dollar, we're getting more cash off the top. So we want you to get those R1s and bring home the bacon to our university. That's why they have the standard. Now that you've reduced the indirect rate, if they can make it through legal challenges and keep it low, university's going to say, actually, any money's fine. You can get promoted and you can get money from foundation or NIH. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm sure they're going to change the promotion incentive. And that's
just wondering why there's so many Indian Americans / immigrants that are so conservative, like insane to your MAGA levels. Like I'm in uni and there are a lot who are even more extreme than many white guys there too, let alone other minority groups. I don't know on the whole if they are. You might just be having a little bit of a sample bias there. But it could also be because a lot of minorities in the U.S. tend to be more socially conservative as well. So they'll align there, maybe. But I don't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you as much. I don't know.
Speaks to how disingenuous they are currently. Number three, universities are bloated bureaucracies. They're redundant administrators. They're making somebody to write a form and they got somebody to read the form. And you know what? We could fire both people and we don't need the form at all. That's what universities are doing. The administrative bloat at universities is destroying science and destroying the culture of universities. Universities are not being populated by scientists doing research. The money is predominantly captured by a managerial class that somehow tries to justify their own existence with PowerPoint.
So like that thing said that the administrative cost, the administrative part of that indirect spending is capped at 26%. So I don't know how they could be capturing all that money, but...
presentations. They need to be fired. They create hurdles for real researchers. In order to do retrospective chart reviews, in order to do prospective clinical trials, they've made a mountain of paperwork. You cut the indirect rate to 15%, and the first thing universities got to do is, we cannot have all these people. And
do you think this could lead to a brain drain? I don't know, man. The thing is that it's kind of like Twitch, where Twitch can afford to make so many mistakes, but it's still like the platform to be on for streaming, just because there's all the viewer base already there. Like the United States does, not only do we enjoy huge institutions that are fairly robust, even in the eyes of all the spending cuts and everything else, but we also just have a lot of talent here and a lot of institutions, I shouldn't say institutions, a lot of like businesses and universities that are already doing research here. The problem is that if like a brain drain were to start or people were to start going somewhere, it would happen after a lot of fucking with, and I think it would be really hard to reverse. That would be the scary thing. Because I think the biggest issue that you have right now in the United States isn't even about our institutions or like the funding for them or what's happening with Trump. It's just the stability. Like my feeling right now as a country is we are very, very, very unstable. So if you want to set up research here, or if you want to fund any kind of like warehouse or like a capital intensive project or whatever, it's not even whether it's good or bad now. It's just that there's very, very little stability. Is a big issue, I think.
And if we can't have these people, we can't have all this bureaucracy. We have to cut back with we have to remove some of these rules around.
What are your thoughts on bullshit jobs? Do you think the economy at large, including universities, have sections of staff that aren't very productive? Yeah, probably. There are probably like people that you could cut. But the problem is people think that these are exclusively managers when that's not true. This applies to a lot of like frontline employees as well. Managers are essential, like project leads and middle managers are essential for having like a well-functioning machine. And anybody that thinks that's not true has never worked in supervision or never like headed a company before. These are essential employees. But also good frontline employees are also super essential. Like a shit manager can ruin like hordes of employees. Shit employees can ruin projects. Like it's all of these things are important, but sometimes you got people that suck at their job. Sometimes it's a little bit too redundant. Like it happens. But that's true of private, public, of everything. It just...
clinical trials. We have to make less paperwork because we don't got anyone to read that paperwork. I think it's going to lead to more efficiency. Point number 4. Indirect costs are taxpayer money that vanishes. Indirect costs are by their very nature, quote, not readily assignable to cost objectives specifically benefited, and they are difficult for the NIH to oversee. We don't know where this money is going. This is opaque money. The more direct costs you have. Now, some people say that if we don't have indirects, we'll have to increase direct costs. Sure, but you have to budget those. You have to tell me what you're spending, and the public can audit that. Now you have completely untraceable money being added to your coffers. It strikes me as wrong. I think it's better.
Like, I just don't think this is happening. But like, if you say it, it sounds good. But the idea that all of this is like black money, dark money being untraced, no one has any idea where it's going, like, but okay. Do you believe that people like him confidently lie maliciously or just ignorance because our leaders echo this? I think these people are just in echo chambers. That's my guess, but I don't know enough of this guy's history personally. I don't know, maybe he's malicious, but... Will we actually see these cuts on our taxes, or will that require a tax bill? The thing is, who knows what of these cuts are permanent or what of these cuts are, like, we're still probably nowhere near solving the deficit. And I don't even mean our debt. I mean, I don't even know if we've closed any part of our deficit. I guess we'll know when we go to negotiate our next spending bill, but don't you think some institutions are best sourced overseas versus the US? Why? If we can do it here, why would we want other countries to do it? No. I want my country to be the leader in scientific research, for medical stuff, for spaceships, for technology, for software and computer stuff. For like, I want to be in the country that's doing the best, like, research and all that. I don't want to offshore that to Europeans. No offense to Europeans, I like them too, but.
A microgravity dim.
What is this? This guy one guying himself in which $10 trillion camera to use.
A microgravity demonstration. And what I want to show you, this, you watch closely. So right now I've got my hat on like this, bill forward. That means I'm Don Pettit. Now I'm Matthew Dominic, and we have this kind of conversation. Matthew would say, Don, what's the native ISO that you want to run on your camera? Well, I think we should keep it around 6400. But one of the native ISOs is more like 500. Well, we have to figure out whether we could get the image tree we want at 500 versus 6400. So that's my microgravity, a demonstration of what happens when you get two uber geeks in space at the same time talking about imagery. A microgravity.
Okay. How about
flat land?
How about repudiating national debt? What does repudiating mean in this context? Like to disavow it? What do you mean?
Our president, that I can tell you, would have never happened. It's to look at that. And October 7th.
Finally, Russia has a direct line to our intelligence services via Tulsi Gabbard. Thank you. About 45 minutes behind. What you need is solids or floppies to shape and control light. Something like a C-stand and a 2x3 solid will fix all of this. What is a 2x3 solid? 2x3 solid. Oh, like these big, the flapper dudes. True, actually. Can you find me one that would fit my nan lights? Hello? Please? Play? No?
Where do you plan on meeting?
Kill me, this Gulf of America, bro. Kill me. Are we going to name it like American Ocean 1 and American Ocean 2 for the Pacific and the Atlantic next, or?
When and where do you plan on meeting with Vladimir Putin? And were there any preconditions set to agree to this meeting?
No, we had a great call, and it lasted for a long time, over an hour this morning. I also had with President Zelensky a very good call after that. And I think we're on the way to getting peace. I think President Putin wants peace, and President Zelensky wants peace, and I want peace. I just want to see people stop getting killed. We're very far away from that particular war, but that's a vicious war. Probably 1.5 million soldiers killed in a short period of time. I've never seen anything. I have pictures that are, you wouldn't believe it. You wouldn't believe what you have to look at. Young, beautiful soldiers that are just being decimated. And it would be nice to end it immediately. But we had a very good talk with, people didn't really know what President Putin's thoughts were, but I think I can say with great confidence he wants to see it ended also. That's good. And we're going to work toward getting it ended, and as fast as possible. It's a horrible situation going over. It's flat land, and the bullet goes off, and the only thing it can hit is a body, a human body, a young human body.
How does he repeats these same things over and over and over and over and over and over.
Body. And they're losing just tremendous numbers of mostly soldiers. The cities and towns have been largely demolished. It's a shame what's happened to that country. It would have never happened if I were president. That I can tell you. Would have never happened.
Motherfucker, you are president right now, and it's still happening. So why do you think it would have never happened? It happened from 2016 to 2020 or 2017 to 2021. Like, you're still president. You were president then. Not, like, you didn't do anything to stop any of this. You're not doing anything right now to stop any of this. Why? Like,
it's to look at that. And October 7th would have never happened either, by the way. Middle East.
October 7th. Well, okay.
But we'll get it. I think we'll get it. We'll get something done. We're going to be meeting. Actually, tomorrow they're meeting in Munich, as you know, and we're going to have some other meetings, and I'll be dealing with President Putin largely on the phone, and we ultimately expect to meet. In fact, we expect that he'll come here. And
are there any policies or agendas of Trump that you actually are in favor of? Probably not anything. The reason is that because even if he stumbles onto things that I think are probably fine, right now his mode of operation is wholly illegal. Like, just ruling through executive order is not like a great way to rule. And then two, if he stumbles on anything that I think is good, like, I don't know if his motivations for them are good, so I don't even know if I would support it. So, for instance, I think from the very little that I understand, I think like a United States sovereign wealth fund would actually be like pretty cool. But I don't know if he just wants a U.S. sovereign wealth fund so the United States can buy TikTok so that he can use it as his own little personal like social media platform. So I don't know if I would support it or him, you know. Eliminating the penny was fine, I guess, although I don't even know if he did that legally, but
I'll go there, and we're going to meet also probably in Saudi Arabia the first time. We'll meet in Saudi Arabia, see if we can get something done. But we want to end that war. That war is a disaster. It's a really bloody horrible.
Isn't that circular logic? So Trump's always wrong? It's not circular logic. That's logic that works from one direction. So for instance, if you were to ask me, if I was in Nazi Germany, and let's say I wasn't a Nazi, okay, and you would say, well, are there any parts of like Hitler's social plans that you agree with? I would say probably not. Even if there are things that he were doing that I guess I kind of agree with, like I think this might be good, you know, in another context, the whole ideology that he has means that even if there's like some thing that I would support in another context, I probably wouldn't support as part of his overall agenda or regime, right?
Saudi Arabia, see if we can get something done. But we want to end that war. That war is a disaster. It's a really bloody, horrible war.
Saudi Arabia, the first meeting now.
I think so. We think we're going to probably meet in Saudi Arabia the first meeting. Hasn't been set, but not too distant future. We both understand. You know, we know the Crown Prince, and I think it'd be a very good place to meet.
So it sounds like that would just be a meeting between you and Putin and perhaps the Crown Prince, but not President Zelensky.
Probably we'll have a first meeting, and then we'll see what we can do about the second meeting.
Also commit to go to Ukraine?
What about Ukraine?
Did you commit to go to Ukraine?
No, I haven't. I haven't committed to go to Ukraine. I would think.
I don't give a fuck.
Think about going. Yeah, I think about it. No problem.
You say today, Mr. President, that if they receive your vision, what is your plan to end this war? Like today's Secretary.
Well, I'm not going to tell you my plan. I can just tell you we've made a lot of progress. This should have been done by Biden, not by me, because this has been going on for now a long time, years, and it should have been done by Biden. Just like the young gentleman that I brought home yesterday after 2 weeks. We worked on it for 2 weeks. He was a fine man,
and he was in there for 3.5, almost 4 years, and they weren't able to do a thing, and I got him out. And as you know, I didn't pay $6 billion. I didn't pay anything. We did a trade, and we did a good job. We got him out in 2 weeks. It should have been out years ago. Really should have been out years ago.
NATO membership for Ukraine?
I don't think it's practical to have it, personally. I know that our new Secretary of Defense, who's excellent, Pete, made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. This has been going on for many, many years. They've been saying that for a long time, that Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that. I just want the war, whether they are or they're not. But it certainly would seem to be that most people have said that that is something that's not going to happen.
The Department of Defense paid $32,000 to replace 25 coffee cups and hundreds of thousands of dollars for soap dispensers. DOGE is needed. In October 2024, a 2-year audit by the Defense Department Inspector General found Boeing overcharged the Air Force by 8,000% for soap dispensers that the service branch paid $149,072 over market price for of a selected 46 spare parts that were scrutinized by the audit. The report found that the Air Force overpaid about $1 million for 12 of them for its C-17 transport planes. Why is he saying that DOGE is needed when these things were discovered by the Inspector General, the Office of Inspector General for the DoD? What part of this needs DOGE? I thought there were no audits. I thought nobody was checking for this kind of fraud. Like, what is the point of saying this? You know, like, this is why we need DOGE. Why? It sounds like this was found by the Office of Inspector General, which is literally their fucking job. That's literally their job. Like, how would DOGE even do this type of auditing? Does DOGE know what parts should be charged for, or how much money any of this should actually cost? Like, DOGE wouldn't even be qualified to figure out any of this. Like,
Are you freezing out President Zelensky of this process? Isn't there a danger of that?
No, I don't think so, as long as he's there. But, you know, at some point you're going to have elections, too. You're going to have an election.
He says he wants security assurances, Mr. President. What does that look like?
In terms of what?
If the war were to end, he says he wants guarantees of security.
We'll see what that means. I think when the war ends, one thing he was very strong about, if it ends, he wants it to end. And that's President Putin said that. He wants it to end. He doesn't want to end it and then go back to fighting 6 months later. We talked about the possibility, I mentioned it, of a ceasefire so we can stop the killing. And I think we'll probably end up at some point getting a ceasefire in the not.
What would be the point of showing people's nationalities on social media like you want regulated when that Ian retard is not American and so influential on Twitter? I don't think most people know that that guy's not American. And I just think it would be really interesting so I could see how many Chinese flags and how many Russian flags are thrown up when all these people are supposedly American supporting America. I just think I think it would change the way that people would view a lot of these accounts. Because I think the majority of them are foreign accounts that Elon Musk is like retweeting and everything all the time, called like American Dad or Christian Mom MAGA Forever or whatever.
Too distant future.
Do you expect Ukraine?
Say it, what?
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Why do you decide to provide support to Ukraine? Would you support Zelensky ceding territory or exchanging territory in any agreement to end the war?
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do, but, you know, his poll numbers aren't particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country
Is that
where,
even true?
You know, it's been.
Wait. Can somebody link me recent Zelensky poll numbers? I thought they were still really high. Is this just a Russian talking point that I've heard, or?
His poll numbers aren't particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country where, you know, it's been savaged and attacked, and he's got an army that's been very, very brave, actually, despite the fact that, you know, we've given him, in my opinion, $350 billion. That's what the real number is. You don't hear that number. And Europe has given, in my opinion, $100 billion. And they've done it in the form of a...
How can you have an opinion on that? My opinion is we've given them, you know, almost 100% more than we've said. Also in dollars, all of this? Like, what, like... That's just your opinion? What do you mean, your opinion?
Been very, very brave, actually, despite the fact that, you know, we've given him, in my opinion, $350 billion. That's what the real number is. You don't hear that number. And Europe has given, in my opinion, $100 billion. And they've done it in the form of a loan. And I have a Secretary of Treasury right now who's actually quite brave. He's over in Ukraine on a train. And there's a lot of things happening around that train that aren't so good. And he's going there to get a document done where we're going to be assured that we're going to, in some form, get this money back, because we're putting up far more money than Europe, and Europe is in far more danger than we are. We have an ocean in between. Europe has nothing in between. You know what they have in between? They have Ukraine in between. So wait a minute. So, as you know, Europe is putting up money, and they're getting it in the form of a loan. And the United States under Biden didn't do loans. They just handed money every time somebody walked in from Ukraine. They just handed them money foolishly. This should have never happened. It should have never started. And once it did, other things should have happened. Other things should have taken place. So we're getting security on our money. We're going to have it secured by, they have raw earth, and they have oil and gas, and they have a lot of other things. And
fuck, raw earth?
We're asking for security on our money.
How long does Zelensky have?
They've agreed to it. Ukraine has agreed to it.
Doesn't mean you are not sending any more aid to Ukraine.
No, we are, but we want it secured. And the money.
War rally fades for Ukraine leadership. So this is for November 21st, 2024. So his approval is at 60%. So it's definitely gotten lower, but like unpopular? Trump wishes he had a 60% approval rating. Okay.
Money is going to be secured.
When would the U.S. stop sending funding? When would the U.S. stop sending funding?
Because if we didn't do that, then Putin would say he won. We're the thing that's holding it back. And frankly, we'll go as long as we have to go because we're not going to let the other happen. But President Putin wants to have peace now, and that's good. And he didn't want to have peace with Biden. And you tell me why that is, okay?
Was that conversation with Putin to start these negotiations part of the deal to bring Fogel home?
No, but it was a nice thing that he allowed Mark Fogel to leave. In fact, Mark wasn't feeling well, but he was all of a sudden about 2 weeks ago, he started being treated very nicely. He said they took him out for haircuts. They took him out. They helped him out a little bit and made him feel better, made him look better. And they were nice to him. And he said, I saw something happening. And it coincided with when I came into office. So that was nice. And he's a fine person. He was so happy to be out. He was there for 3.5 years plus, and he shouldn't have been there at all. They should have had him out much faster than that.
Wow.
Wait, go ahead, please.
Sir, just to be clear, do you see any future in which Ukraine returns to its pre-2014 borders?
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, right? It certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot.
Wait, excuse me, sir. Why are you talking? Somebody needs to raise their hand and say, sir, why are you saying that that's unlikely? Don't you want to not talk about this because it weakens your negotiating position? Why would you reveal this now?
Well, I think Pete said today that that's unlikely, right? It certainly would seem to be unlikely. They took a lot of land and they fought for that land and they lost a lot of soldiers. But it would just seem to me, and I'm not making an opinion on it, but I've read a lot on it, and a lot of people think that that's unlikely. Some of it will come back. I think some of it will come back. Yeah.
I've read a lot. That's the biggest lie he's ever said in office. Do you see Ukraine giving up territory this late into the war? Unfortunately, yeah. I guess the question is just how much. Like at first, I figured it was Crimea for sure, and then I thought that the places in the Donbass. But now, is it? What's the land bridge cities? Is Mariupol one of the ones down there? Or like now I don't know. Are they giving up like a whole land bridge as well? Does anybody have a link to the current, like how much Russia owns? Oh, Zaporizhia? Mariupol? That would never happen. What would never happen? Them giving up the whole land bridge? Like, Jesus. Holy fuck. Like, are they giving up this whole land bridge? Is that what's going to happen? Are they going to actually, or is Russia really giving all this land back? The Russian state has annexed by law more than they control. Russia has already formally annexed it, so they will never give it back. This is a Daily Mail. I feel like Daily Mail is the last publication I would trust for a leaked peace plan. Reported by Ukrainian outlet Strana. What is this format? It looks like the CSS failed to load or something. Maybe? I don't know what the fuck is going on with this. Ukraine banned from joining NATO and must declare neutrality. Ukraine withdraws from Kursk. European and UK soldiers, police demilitarized buffer zone. Kiev accepts Russian sovereignty of annexed land. This would just be insane, bro. There's no way. Or maybe there is. I mean, why am I saying there's no way? Like there's nobody, I guess, to stand. Fuck, hold on one sec. Okay, sorry. It's a guy here saying about my washing machine is screaming whenever it's running.
Some of that land will come back.
This is pretty normal. Large nuclear power does some crazy shit, takes land and stalemate ensues. Then they get what they want from rest of world. I feel like historical wise, this pattern happens all the time. We don't even have that much history on nuclear powers. What are you talking about? Nuclear powers existed for like 80 years. What? Also, I don't think this has traditionally like happened much since 91, since the fall of the Soviet Union.
Who are you with?
Sorry, me.
Yeah.
AFP.
You who?
AFP, Agence France Presse.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask you, the things that the Secretary of Defense was talking about, the 2014 borders and the lack of NATO membership. Ultimately, these are both demands that Russia has made in the past. Is there not a danger of handing Russia a kind of win on this?
Well, I think that if you look at the war, the way the war is going, you'll have to make your own determination. I'm just here to try and get peace. I don't care so much about anything other than I want to stop having millions of people killed. Last night, Kiev got hit very, very hard. I want to see people stop getting killed. That war is ridiculous. It should have never happened, and it would have never happened. Yeah, a couple of more questions.
Are you planning to sign an executive order of reciprocal tariffs, sir?
Yes, I am. In fact, I may do it today, and if I do it today, I could almost do it right now. Would you like me to talk about it now? I don't want to take anything away from this young lady's day, because this is her day, and I may do it later on, or I may do it tomorrow morning, but we'll be signing reciprocal tariffs. The world has taken advantage of...
Wait, reciprocal tariffs on who for what? Is this related to China?
The United States, for many years, they've charged us massive tariffs that we haven't charged them. And as you know, I just did something on steel and aluminum, 25%. And that'll go up at some point, but 25%, which will level the playing field quite a bit. I did it previously 50%, and Obama was very weak, and Biden was even weaker.
Okay. Trust in armed forces. Hold on, we gotta watch an advertisement. Trust in armed forces remains strong, while Zelensky's rating drops to 51%. Okay, this makes sense then. More than 90% of Ukrainians trust the armed forces the most, 83% trust state of emergency service, and 80% trust volunteer organizations. So my guess is the trust in Zelensky is falling just as a result of like probably not making huge progress on the war, but probably not so much as like they are ready for Russia to take over and be cool with it, would be my guess. Damn. Okay, what are we gonna do for the next 4 years, guys? I feel like this is depressing shit. Trump hasn't even been in office for a month yet, and every day is just like horrible, depressing news. What are we doing? What's the plan? Jesus. Darkest Dungeon 2 just got a big update. I don't like the gameplay loop for DD2. I liked Darkest Dungeon 1 a lot.
Before I take questions, I would like to...
I hate this lady. What's her name? Caroline Levitt? Leave it? Leave it?
Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an extremely dishonest narrative that we've seen emerging over the past few days. Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House. I've been hearing those words a lot lately. But in fact, the real constitutional crisis is taking place within our judicial branch, where district court judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest arbiters of the law. And they have issued at least 12 injunctions against this administration in the past 14 days, often without citing any...
She's 27 years old. Is that true? Jesus.
...evidence or grounds...
That just seems really young to be in this type of position.
...for their lawsuits. This is part of a larger concerted effort by Democrat activists and nothing in the past 14 days, often without citing any evidence or grounds for their lawsuits. This is part of a larger concern.
Often without citing evidence or grounds for their lawsuit. Like, that's just a fucking lie. That's a total lie. How do you win a TRO without citing any evidence at all? Now, the government, the defendants in these cases, aren't citing evidence. That's true. Because if you read at least that one TRO we read, the judge was literally like, they didn't submit fucking anything. They just said, oh, this was the one about when the judge issued the order saying, hey, you're breaking the TRO that we issued. Their response was literally just like, we're trying to find fraud. The states have presented evidence in this motion that the defendants, that's the government, Trump, in some cases have continued to improperly freeze federal funds and refuse to resume disbursement of appropriated federal funds. The defendants now plea that they're just trying to root out fraud. But the freezes in effect now were a result of the broad categorical order, not a specific finding of possible fraud. Like they're not even providing evidence for it.
Concerted effort by Democrat activists and nothing more than the continuation of the weaponization of justice against President Trump. Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an
I want to see a combo between you and Connor about Trump's current term. Are you guys still on speaking terms? We might be, I think so. But also, no, with Connor, I think I am. But I mean, like, I feel like he's never been like a Trump sycophant, right? So my guess is he probably thinks a lot of this is like crazy and stupid, I think.
That's an invitation that is given, and there are hundreds of outlets on this campus. Many of you in this room who don't have the privilege of being part of that pool every single day and getting to ask the president questions. We reserve the right to decide who gets to go into the Oval Office, and you all have credentials to be here, including the Associated Press, who is in this briefing room today.
But isn't it retaliatory in nature is the argument, because...
Yeah, bro, that's like the number one turnaround. Oh, there have been so many, but... someone in YouTube chat, Evolved Monkey says, remember when Republicans were saying we are not a democracy, we are a constitutional republic? Bro, they 180'd so hard when they won the popular vote. I have never, well, I keep saying that, I've never in my life, but I guess every day with the Republicans I am, seeing such an insane, like, about face on that, where we're not a democracy, because it's like, oh, what about the Electoral College? We're not a democracy. What about the disproportionately balanced Senate? We're not a democracy. Isn't it kind of weird that the popular vote, we're not a democracy. And then all of a sudden Trump wins the popular vote. We have a democratic mandate from the people. We are a democracy. This is democracy. Democracy in action. We have a mandate from the people. Mandate. Democracy. Trump won the popular vote. Mandate from the democratic body of people. The democracy that we're in has given Trump a mandate to, and it's like, okay, wow. Okay, I guess that was a really big deal then, huh?
The reason that the AP was barred, which they said was because they're not using the phrase Gulf of America, they're using Gulf of Mexico in line with their standards. And so the question here is this setting a precedent that this White House will retaliate against reporters who don't use the language that you guys believe reporters should use? And how does that align with the First Amendment commitment that you were just talking about?
I was very upfront in my briefing on day one that if we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is. The Secretary of Interior has made that the official designation in the geographical identification name server, and Apple has recognized that, Google has recognized that, pretty much every other outlet in this room has recognized that body of water as the Gulf of America, and it's very important to this administration that we get that right, not just for people here at home, but also for the rest of the world. Sure.
Jesus. It's going to be South America and North the United States of America soon. What else are we going to rename? Bro, kill me. So is it going back to the Gulf of Mexico with the next president? Can we really just change? I mean, like, I don't even know how that works. Is there like I was going to say universal. I guess it'd be an international body of naming things. Like, Do you have to go to the UN to change that? I don't even know who's in charge of... I don't even know if we've worried about who's in charge of that.
Secretary of
Jesus.
Defense Pete Hegseth had some interesting things to say about Ukraine.
Namely, that full liberation from Russia is unrealistic.
But the headlines only get you so far. What he really said
Was that returning Ukraine to its pre-2024 borders, which include Crimea, was unrealistic.
taking back Crimea would require
something very close to an amphibious invasion, which is really not something that Ukraine has the capability to do, or support troops down a very narrow corridor.
But what he did not say is that Ukraine should surrender or give up territory, or that the United States wasn't going to supply more weapons. And I think the clue here comes from this line.
That the U.S. would shift to deterring war with China.
And I've often said that supporting Ukraine is one of the best ways of deterring China from invading Taiwan. Because if we can't support a country that has a rail network connected with Europe, we sure as heck aren't going to support a country that's 6,100 miles away from everything.
I don't know what that would look like. Like, if China invades Taiwan, does the United States defend them? Or do we just say, well, we wanted to do chip manufacturing here anyway?
So I kind of wonder if this is kind of the Secretary of Defense's way of saying, like, hey, Europe, we're not going to stand in your way because every weapon that's sent to Ukraine is another way of deterring China. But you need to get your act together right now and start taking care of stuff in your own backyard, because we're going to have a bigger monster to deal with in a couple of years.
Oh, that's a very, 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 very generous reading of our current demeanor towards foreign policy. We're just backing away from Ukraine so that we can be prepared to defend Taiwan. Okay.
But reading the tea leaves here, what I don't see is the U.S. saying that, hey, we're going to stop sending expiring missiles or stop sending old equipment, because that really does benefit us.
The problem isn't even an invasion. With the USA going isolationist route, it's just a matter of time. China has enough soft power to take over Hong Kong style. Maybe. I don't know the differences between the... Because Taiwan and Hong Kong have a different legal relationship, I believe, with China. I haven't read into the differences between that, so... What's happening? It's already insane. We're barely a month in. I just went to a doctor's appointment, and I'm so worried about my health care because it's already getting affected. These 4 years will suck so much. Who covers your health care? What does that mean? Like, are you talking about like Medicare or Medicaid stuff, or?
I don't know how to turn.
Jesus. Who is Pipa or Pippa?
Turn off G-Sync, even though I know my laptop has it. I tried turning off Nvidia's dog shit ass fucking G-Sync thing, and it's just not
Jesus Christ.
Not in the settings, which doesn't make any sense, because I know for a fact that the laptop has G-Sync because it has a fucking sticker on it that says G-Sync.
In the case of a Taiwan invasion, China is very likely to strike the U.S. first. Otherwise, they'd leave themselves completely open unless the Chinese were assured by the U.S. they wouldn't intervene. Is China in a position to blow all of our stuff up without us knowing that they're mobilizing shit? That sounds not possible. I could be wrong, though, but...
Why is the setting not there? Nvidia control panel, you're not going to help me find it because I already looked at all of the different guides that tell you exactly where to find it and the videos that show people bringing it up. So you can stop saying Nvidia control panel, because I promise you it's not there. Modern computers are fucking dog shit. Some laptops you can't disable it. That makes sense. Bro, do you guys remember when Nvidia broadcast came out and the previews for it was like, oh my god, it like eliminates background noise perfectly. This is so crazy. How does it do that? And then what should have been to nobody's surprise, it doesn't work. It doesn't fucking work. It's not even like it kind of works. It straight up doesn't work. I don't know how they made it sound like that in the video.
Okay, the way this person talks is driving me crazy. I don't know why every sentence has to be exactly spoken like this. Is this constant, or?
I think they must have used like video it's literally, God, I fucking hate NVIDIA. It's literally like when games use pre-rendered graphics for their videos. When like AAA studios are like, wow, look, it looks just like a movie. Look at this. And then you boot up the game and it looks like a normal game. And you're like, well, I'm not mad that it looks like a normal game, but I am kind of annoyed that the thing that like it looked like in the trailer is obvious.
Okay. Who cares? Play Factorio. This motherfucker's still talking about what?
On steel. The steel was just absolutely, it really started with Obama. The world really took advantage of us, and then that morphed into Biden. And what they did was he was so worried about trying to attack his political opponent that he didn't know what he was doing with respect to countries taking advantage. He should have looked.
You mean like when you were literally trying to fabricate shit in Ukraine to attack your political opponent? But
that the countries, both friend and foe, taking advantage of us. So we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs, which is whatever they charge, we charge, very simply. But we're going to be...
Considering exemption, talk about widespread fraud and abuse.
Oh, yeah, tremendous fraud. There's tremendous fraud. And it's hard to believe that you can have that kind of fraud. You're talking about like... Are you talking about what? Wait. Which are you talking? You're talking about with regard to all of the investigations that are going on about this stupidity. What we're going to do is tomorrow I'm having a news conference. I'm going to read to you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to. And if you tell me that we should be giving money to those things, those entities, I think you'll probably have to leave as a reporter because you're not very talented. When you look at the kind of money, billions and billions of dollars being thrown away illegally, and there's no chance. I mean, I say it in front of our Attorney General, there's no chance that there's not kickbacks or something going on. When you give millions and millions of dollars to somebody that stands to look at something for 15 minutes and walks away with millions of dollars, that money's coming back in some form. And that's only one form of corruption. The biggest thing is what they do to our country. They're taking massive amounts of money and spending it on items.
Wait, is this true? I guess does this count as a personal attack? Somebody told me that she's 27. Somebody told me her husband is like 60 years old. Is that true? And they were introduced by Matt Gaetz? Inside, Caroline Levitt's emotional proposal from husband, 32 years her senior. Levitt married Nicholas Riccio, who was 32 years her senior, so 59. After getting engaged on Christmas Day in 2023, it's unclear whether they got officially married, but Levitt has wife listed on Instagram bio. Jeez. How loaded is that guy? Not that loaded, but he manages a multi-million-dollar real estate business, Riccio Enterprises LLC. Needs to be multi-billion-dollar for it to be. Wait, my repair guy's here. Hold on, let me go check on him. 1 sec.
Went through a list of 200 expenditures that were made, and I found 3 that looked like they were reasonable. Okay, 3. And we'll be talking about that tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff. And I want to commend Elon because he's done a fantastic... He doesn't need this. You know, he's abused by you people every day. He's found more things than anybody could find. I think he's got the credibility to do it. I know he does. And it's his group of people. You know, they started off with 12. I call them 12 geniuses. They started off with 12, and they went to 20 and 25, and now they're up to almost 100. People are joining to help them because there's a massive fraud that's taken place. And then you have judges that are activists, and they sit there and they say, oh, as an example, $59 million going to a little small group in New York City. You get nothing going to North Carolina to help nothing. They say, we don't have any money because they've given it away on the border. But you have nothing. What they did to North Carolina is a shame. And then they sent $59 million to New York City for a hotel for a little bit of what they've done. A hotel that was not luxury, that's getting luxury rates for migrants. where they're making a fortune, and we catch them. We catch them. But a judge says,
good job. Do you think if you got like a tube that ran around like the corner of your ceiling, like where the ceiling and wall meets, that edge, like a big tube, do you think cats would like walk through those and like lay up there?
well, even though it may be a fraud, you have to send the money in anyway. Send the money. I said, wait a minute. We have money that shouldn't go because we caught it before it was sent out.
At Destiny, I know it's unlikely, but in the case that Trump manages to balance the budget, how do Democrats convince the public that deficit spending is actually good? It sounds like an uphill battle. I mean, people will see cuts to programs that they care about, and then I guess we go from there. But I don't know. I don't even know if he'll decrease the deficit. That's the thing. Because I don't even know if our future spending was taking into account an extension of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. And if he extends that, it's even less revenue for the government. Like, he's fighting on all fronts. And if the size of the economy doesn't increase as much as we'd like it to, you've got interest payments that you're keeping up on as well. And all tariffs are going to do, maybe they won't contract the economy, but they're definitely going to hurt expansion if it doesn't cause a contraction. He's like fighting on all fronts in ways that are only going to increase the deficit. I don't see where any of the savings, or I don't know how he cuts the deficit like in a meaningful way. You're never going to find stuff from waste, fraud, and abuse. This is just a meme. I don't know how to, it's so frustrating because so much of this is like, you're either like an adult or a child. Like, no reasonable person thinks that you're going to dramatically save money looking for waste, fraud, and abuse unless you literally have a completely unaccountable program that's never checked for it ever. Like, you're just not saving that much. I'm sure you can find some, but it's not going to be even 1% of the budget or any of these programs unless he literally just starts axing entire programs like they did or trying to do with USAID, which is not legal, which judges are going to block anyway. And it's just like, I don't know.
But they want the money to go anyway. And I think you're going to have a lot of things to look at, Pam. I really do. What's going on with this whole thing? And this is just one group. We haven't talked about Department of Education. We haven't talked about the military. We haven't talked about a lot of things that are very big. And what's happened is, as an example, you'll have cases where you have a 3-month contract, and maybe the guy that signs the contract leaves. Maybe he gets rich. All of a sudden he leaves for that reason. But you have a 3-month contract, and maybe he leaves. So the contract is sitting there, and the people signing the checks don't know it's 3 months, and it goes on for years. The 3 months turns out to be 3 years, 5 years, 10 years. Just goes on forever. And the guy on the other side of the contract just keeps getting check after check after check.
Like, these are just like talking points that they say over and over again. Why not give a name? Give an example of this if this is truly happening. I don't like how we got to find something different to do for the next few years. Like, it's just, these are just like obvious bullshit talking points. Like, this is like a friend that's in a friend group that you kind of like roll your eyes at, where the friend is like, yeah, like yesterday I hung out with a super famous celebrity and I can't tell you who it was, but like they are so famous. And then we banged and they bought me a new car, but then I had to give the car back so you can't see it. And I didn't take any picture. It's like, yeah, we get it, bro. You're just like, you're a pathological liar. You're just lying about everything. Like, I don't know how Trump can get away with this. I have a friend who said they're going to invest $500 billion in the U.S. and there's businesses that told me, like, who? Name them, dude. Give us some names. You're the fucking president. What do you mean? These are public affairs, aren't they? This is the government that's getting scammed, right? Why not tell us who's getting these checks? Tell us who the scammers are.
Because Elon had an expression yesterday, because nobody cares. It's a great expression. Nobody cares. The guy that signed the contract didn't care. Maybe there, may not be there. Maybe crooked. Who knows? But you have to care. Otherwise, you can't really run a thing like that, or you can't run a country, really, because there's so...
One of the big issues I see right now is that one side will believe everything Trump says with no evidence, and it is impossible to combat because when the left says there's no evidence, the people on the right simply don't care. It's literally like talking to a brick wall. Yeah, because they say, well, what about the tweets? And it's like, that information was already public, but then people just like kind of like nod through it, and it's okay. Like, this will come up a little bit in my peers episode if it goes live today or tomorrow, where I'm just like, this is illegal, and they're like, this is the process, and it's like, no, he's literally saying he's not going to follow the judge's orders. And like, we'll see. And it's like, no, he's already done this. There's already been an order issued saying he hasn't followed it. And it's like, this is what's supposed to happen. It's like, no, it's not.
Really run a thing like that, or you can't run a country, really, because there's so many transactions, thousands and thousands of transactions. And if you don't have people that care, you're going to lose control. And that's what's happened. and we've caught it. Now, what we caught is billions and billions of dollars, but it's a tiny fraction of the real number, because you can never catch the real number because people have gotten away with tremendous amounts of money. But I said we have to make our government smaller, more.
Who else was on Piers? It was just me and Andrew Wilson, and then like Piers kind of like moderating. I think they wanted some huge spicy debate on like atheism versus Christianity, but I don't think either of us bit much on that. So
efficient, more effective, and a lot less expensive. And we could find $1 trillion, but we're being hindered by courts.
Really?
Where they file in certain courts where it's very hard to win, and a judge will stop us, and a judge will say that it doesn't make any difference what you find. You just keep paying the money. That's a hell of a way to be. And I follow the courts. I have to follow the law. All it means is that we appeal. But that gives people time to cover their tracks. And that's what they do. So it's a very bad thing that's taking place. But hopefully the courts will be fair. They don't have to be very fair. They just have to be a little bit fair, because this is so egregious what's taking place. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Nobody's seen numbers like this. These are massive numbers. $9 million for somebody to go and stand in a store and see how people shop. Okay? I mean, you take a look at these things. It's a disgrace. And then you have a country that we want to make America great again. It's very hard to make America great again when you have things like this. And you're going to see the same thing. Department of Education is going to be a disaster.
Why does Trump have the lectern in his office? That is fucking stupid. Because you can't get the shopkeepers to, I think, restore their stash if they don't have the lectern there to go to.
The military, I mean, I see it. Look, I came in, they had a contract done, as you know, for $5.7 billion for airplanes. It was Air Force One with Boeing. 5.7. I got it down to $4 billion, little less than that, 1 penny less than that. $3,999,999 and 99 cents. I said it has to have a 3 in front of it.
He's missing a 999 there, but okay. What is he even talking about right now? Hold on.
With $1 billion for airplanes. It was Air Force. I came in, they had a contract done, as you know, for $5.7 billion for airplanes. It was Air Force One with Boeing. 5.7. I got it down to $4 billion, little less than that, 1 penny less than that. $3,999,999 and 99 cents. I said it has to have a 3 in front of it, because I wouldn't sign the contract for $5.7 billion. I was able to cut $1.7 billion off the price.
For what? Does anybody have a link to what he's even talking about? What is he?
Didn't take me long. $1.7 billion. If people would care, they'd be able to do that with every single contract that's put before them. And we wouldn't have deficits. We'd have nothing but a tremendously low-taxed, wonderful country. But they have to care. And speaking of that, Boeing, we're not happy with the service we're getting in terms of those planes. They would like to get more money. We're not happy about that whole thing. We signed a very strong contract. I signed a guaranteed maximum contract, which they haven't seen in a long time. And they're saying they're getting hurt by it. But they have to produce the product, and we expect them to produce the product. They have to produce the product. They agreed to build planes at a certain price. They're not used to that. They're used to having time and material contracts, where it's whatever it costs, time and material, no dates, no anything, and it ends up costing 5 times more. You look at some of the ships that have been built. Take a look at the Gerald Ford, the aircraft carrier, the Ford. It was supposed to cost $3 billion. It ends up costing like $18 billion, and they make, of course, all electric catapults, which don't work, and they have all magnetic elevators. They lift up 25 planes at a time, 20 planes at a time. And instead of using hydraulic, like on tractors that can handle anything from hurricanes to lightning to anything, they use magnets. It's a new.
U.S. Boeing complete $3.9 billion Air Force One deal. Boeing Company on Tuesday secured a $3.9 billion deal to build the new jets that will fly as Air Force One. With only one wrinkle yet to be resolved, their color. The award follows 18 months of an at times torturous to and fro between the aerospace giant and President Donald Trump, who had threatened to cancel the planned sale over concerns about the cost of replacing the aging 747 jumbo jets. The final price, detailed in a Pentagon press release, is what the president had initially criticized when he tweeted before taking office that costs were out of control. The Air Force, which is overseeing the program, said the price tag was agreed to and handshake deal reached with the White House earlier this year. Boeing declined to comment. The president, in media interviews, has discussed painting the planes red, white, and blue in contrast to the blue and white livery? in place since the early 1960s. Mr. Trump repeated his preference in an interview on Tuesday. Boeing gave us a great deal, he said on CBS, but I said, I wonder if we should use the same baby blue colors. And we're not. Air Force One is going to be incredible. It's going to be the top of the line, the top in the world, and it's going to be red, white, and blue, which I think is appropriate. The White House and Secret Service changed the specifications for the new Air Force One fleet last year as part of the cost-cutting effort. Okay, so they changed some of the specs of what they're actually buying. Okay, whatever.
New theory, magnets are going to lift the planes up, and it doesn't work. And they had billions and billions of dollars of cost overruns. I met the architect. I said, have you designed a ship before? This is one of the biggest ships in the world. It's like landing at LaGuardia Airport. But you look at the kind of waste, fraud, and abuse that this country is going through, and we have to straighten it out. We have great people going into the military in terms of we need ships, we need a lot of things. We have great people, we have business people going in. But when you look at what's happened to our purchasing, and when you look at the USAID, when you look at the things that they're giving to them, the billions of dollars that they're giving to, and it doesn't make sense. It is interesting that when you're looking for fraud, you look at items, hundreds of items, and you'll find one or two, maybe, if you're lucky. Here's something where you look at data, and they're all fraudulent. You know, by just looking at the topic, they're all fraudulent, except it's the opposite. You'll find one or two that's like a legitimate reason. So I just want to thank Elon for going through it. I want to thank all the people that are working with him. You know, we have a big group of people. I think the lowest IQ is about 160. That's very high. I think you have a couple of 182s in there, but they're doing a fantastic job. He doesn't need it, and they don't need it. But we're showing things, and it's going to be a big. People have no idea how important it is. Yeah.
How soon do you want the Department of Education to be closed?
Oh, I'd like it to be closed immediately. Look, the Department of Education's a big con job. We're ranked, so they rank the top 40 countries in the world. We're ranked number 40th, but we're ranked number 1 in one department, cost per pupil. So
ranked number 40th in what? In college education, or just in is this including like K through 12 or whatever?
Spend more per pupil than any other country in the world, but we're ranked number 40. We've been between 38 and 40. The last time I looked, it was 38, and then I looked 2 days ago. It came out the new list. It came out at number 40, so we're ranked 40. Norway, Denmark, Sweden. I hate to say it, China, as big as it is, it's ranked in the top 5, and that's a problem.
What? Can somebody link me to what list he's talking about, or?
Primary competitor. We're ranked number 40. So if we're ranked number 40, that means something's really wrong, right? And I say send it back to Iowa, to Idaho, to Colorado. Send it back to places that, and there are a lot of Indiana. You have a great new governor. You have a great senator that Jim Banks just got elected. You got great people. I'll tell you what, Indiana's going to be fantastic. We probably have 35, maybe 37 states that will do as well as Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. They'll be just as good. Then you have the ones that we all know about. It'll be the same story. But you know what? Even they will be good. Because you look at New York, you give it to Westchester County, you give it to Long Island, you give it to Nassau County, you give it to Suffolk County. Same thing you go out to, and you give it to upstate New York. So you'd have 4 or 5 sections. You give it to Manhattan. Manhattan's a little bit tougher for some reason. I don't know why it would be tougher, but it is. You give to California, and you go to various areas outside of Los Angeles, and you might have 6 or 7 different subgroups. But generally, if you go to Iowa, you give it to Iowa. You don't have subgroups, you have Iowa. And other places that do a good job. If they do a good job, they're going to do a great job in education. Those places will be every bit as good as the various countries that do so well. All the time, it's the same countries that are doing well. And so we have a Department of Education where people from Washington, D.C., who in many cases don't care about the kids out in the country. They don't care about the farms and the farmer's daughter and the farmer's sons. We have a massive bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. We have buildings that are all over the city. Department of Education. I never said Department of Education's on all these buildings. By the way, nobody shows up to work because they're all working at home. You know, quote, working at home. They're not working at home. And a lot of them have second jobs. And that's the other thing that Elon Musk is looking at. How many of these people are getting checks, working at home, but they're not working because they have second jobs and even third jobs? You're going to find a lot of them. And those people are going to be fired because we have to make our government smaller. All right, one more question. Yeah, Jennifer, go ahead. Nice to see you.
Oh, thank you, sir. 2 questions, one on Ukraine again, and then another one on the Kennedy Center. Do you think that as far as your negotiating tactics go, did Pete Hegseth take away some of your negotiating abilities with Putin by taking Ukraine's sovereign integrity off the table by taking...
No, I haven't.
Oh my God. Whoever this is, thank you. Please, I hope you're subscribed, listening. Yes, ask him this question. I thought you weren't supposed to say anything because it hurts your negotiating position. Somebody asked it. Good job.
Negotiating abilities with Putin by taking Ukraine's sovereign integrity off the table by taking...
No, I haven't done that. I'm backing Ukraine. I'm backing Ukraine. Don't say that. I'm approving, but I do want security for our money. You know, Europe is getting security. You know that, right? They're giving their money in the form of a loan. Nobody knows that. And why are we at 350 billion and Europe, which doesn't separate with an ocean like we do, we have a little thing called an ocean in between. Why is it that Europe is paying 200 billion less than us to help Ukraine? Very similar size. If you add up all the European countries, it's a little bit smaller than the U.S. in terms of the economy. Why is it that they're not paying the kind of numbers that they should be paying? And then on top of it, and I've been saying this to Biden, I told Biden, I said, you ought to be asking for either a loan or some kind of a security, like their oil and gas or something for the money, because you're putting up much more money than Europe, and you have no security. Europe's putting up a much smaller amount, and it's in the form of a loan, because we have people that were incompetent in the last administration, grossly incompetent, and we're changing it. But we change it, and all we do is we get hit by lawsuits from the radical left all the time. But here we are, we stand, and I guess we've...
The radical left. Trump wrong about U.S. rank in education spending and outcomes. As justification for dismantling the Federal Department of Education, President Donald Trump has repeatedly claimed that U.S. schools are ranked 40 out of 40 in educational outcomes compared with other countries. While the U.S. ranked number 1 in cost per pupil, neither claim is accurate. U.S. high school students performed above average in science and reading and a bit below average in math, according to the latest data compiled by the Intergovernmental Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. This is the OECD. And in other international assessments, elementary students in the U.S. scored above average in math, science, and reading. During the campaign, Trump made no secret of his desire to dismantle the Federal Department of Education. As president, Trump said that remains his goal. Where the fuck does he even get that number from? He's been making these claims, these same claims for years, as far back as when he was running for president in 2016. As he wrote in May of 2016, he was wrong in both counts, as he is now. His campaign at the time did not respond when we asked for a source for the claims, and neither did the White House press office when we made a similar request this week. When Trump mentions 40 peer countries, he appears to be talking about the 37 OECD countries that participate in the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, which the NCES conducts in coordination with the OECD every 3 years in reading, math, and science for 15-year-old students. The latest results are from 2022. In no PISA category, however, does the U.S. rank last. Rather, the U.S. scored above average among OECD countries in reading and science, subjects in which the U.S. ranked 6th and 12th, respectively. The average U.S. score in math was lower, but not significantly, than the OECD average. The U.S. ranking in math was 28th. Trump was also wrong to say the U.S. spends more, or the most per pupil. The cost of higher education, college-level education, is very high in the U.S. U.S. expenditures for tertiary education, post-high school, including college, were the highest among OECD countries in 2021 at $36,274 per pupil. That was 77% higher than the OECD average. But a handful of other countries spend more than the U.S. on primary and secondary schooling. For example, while the total spending per pupil at the primary level elementary school in the U.S. was 28% higher than the OECD average, the U.S. ranked 6th behind Luxembourg, Norway, Iceland, Denmark, and Austria. Okay, nice. We just make shit up. Okay.
We've done okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Quickly, let's go. Come on, guys. Hey, guys, let's move. Come on. Let's go, guys.
What is this crazy lady saying? She's fully confirmed now, Pam Bondi, the Department of Justice Attorney General.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry we were a little bit late. I was in the West Wing swearing in Tulsi Gabbard, and so I just came straight back here. So thanks.
Oh my God, so fucking epic. Wait, hold on. He needs help. No worries.
For being patient with us with the delay. We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against...
For what?
Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them. With me
We're
today,
suing the state of New York for illegal immigration. What? Okay.
today, I'm so proud to be joined by Tammy Nobles. Tammy is an angel mom. Her beautiful daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered.
Holy shit. I've never even heard of this before. What a cringe cohort of people. Oh my God. Angel families is a term used to describe families of victims killed by illegal immigrants in the United States. Former President Donald Trump has invoked angel families to argue for his immigration policy, though some of the families have objected to the politicization of their loved ones' deaths.
By an MS-13 member in 2022. Kayla had just turned 20 years old, and she was raped and murdered by someone who should not have been in our country. Yet he was released, flown to Maryland, where he committed this violent murder. I just want you to hear from Tammy. Tammy represents not only herself and her family, but all of the great angel moms around this country who have suffered because of what the Biden administration did, and it is over.
Thank you for having me here today and being able to share Kayla's story. Her murderer was able to come across the border knowing that he was flagged as an MS-13 gang member.
Do the DOJ risk anything by losing these cases? Wouldn't it look really bad for Trump? No, Americans don't understand law, so it doesn't matter. It just sounds cool to be able to say you're suing them. And if you lose, nobody thinks about it. Like, remember, the Trump administration always has an infinity out on every single issue they do. If they sue them, and first of all, they sue them, that's just great that they're doing it at all. So they already get props for that. If they succeed, then they're gods. If they fail, well, it was because of a deep state activist judge. Like, there's no accountability. They can do anything, and there's never a wrong step when you have no accountability for anything, and you get credit for every single thing you do.
He had a criminal record in 2020 in El Salvador for illicit gang activity. He came over as an unoccupied alien child, saying that he was afraid of gang activity in his country. Health and Human Services called him a nice boy, and he showed age-appropriate behavior. That fell so wrong when he murdered my daughter. He ended up in Maryland, where he was able to rent a room in the same mobile home as her. We thought it was a legit company that were renting out these rooms, but it turned out that it was another illegal immigrant who owned these mobile homes. And he knew Walter from El Salvador. He knew him and allowed him to rent a room with my child. Kayla just turned 20 years old 3 days before she was murdered.
Wait, I'm so sorry. What?
Mobile home as her. Afraid of gang activity in his country. Health and Human Services called him a nice boy, and he showed age-appropriate behavior. That fell so wrong when he murdered my daughter. He ended up in Maryland, where he was able to rent a room in the same mobile home as her. We thought it was a legit company that were renting out these rooms, but it turned out that it was another illegal immigrant who owned these mobile homes. And he knew Walter from El Salvador. He knew him and allowed...
Does anybody have a link to the stories on this? I'm curious. Destiny, somewhat side question, but how do sanctuary cities exist? My understanding is that those cities refuse to cooperate with federal authorities when it comes to illegal aliens. It's not that they refuse to cooperate. They just don't share. They won't be proactively contacting the feds if they arrest somebody. They don't check, like, immigration status. Which, I mean, like, you have a right to, if you don't want to. I don't think a state has an obligation to check federal, like, alien status. And so, like, a sanctuary city explicitly says, like, if we arrest people, that's our business and we'll deal with that. And, you know, whether they're an illegal immigrant or not, we don't check for it, or we don't refer them to the feds if they don't want to. I mean, these are states' rights. I thought conservatives like that stuff now.
Allowed him to rent a room with my child. Kayla just turned 20 years old 3 days before she was murdered. Her murderer was only living there for 5 days before he viciously strangled her, raped her, and left her on the floor like trash and robbed her of $6.
$6? Who carries $6 on them? Kayla Hamilton's murder recorded on voicemail while her killer claims more victims. After more than 2 years, justice for the family of Kayla Hamilton. This is the person who was killed? Her killer on Wednesday pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to 70 years behind bars followed by 5 years of supervised probation. Hamilton's boyfriend found her brutally murdered inside an Aberdeen mobile home. The 20-year-old who was diagnosed with autism was raped, tied up, and strangled with a phone cord. Jesus. Prosecutors played the recording in court. A voice believed to be Martinez could be heard apologizing to Hamilton after he killed her. Turns out 5 days prior to the murder, Martinez rented a separate room inside the same mobile home Hamilton and her boyfriend were staying. He was a member of the notorious crime game MS-13. He was reportedly smuggled into the United States illegally back in March of 2022, just 4 months before Hamilton's death. Wait, how is this the state of New York? Wait, I don't understand. If he snuck in illegally and he was here illegally, did the state of New York know that he was here illegally, or... Since Hamilton's murder, her family filed a $100 million wrongful death lawsuit against the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and Health and Human Services, accusing the agencies of committing operational negligence for allowing Martinez into the country. Okay. Tell her Destiny is a sociopath. Wait, what? Bro, the lack of empathy is kind of crazy. What lack of empathy? What do you... I don't think it's good that this woman got fucking murdered. What do you mean? What are you talking about? What? I just don't know how New York State is responsible for this, or what...
I've been sharing her story for over 2.5 years to bring change, because this should have not have ever happened to Kayla, and it shouldn't be happening to other families being hurt by the border. Homeland Security did not do their jobs. They did not check his background.
You made a joke about the $6 that triggered him. Oh, I don't know. Just carrying $6 is kind of weird. I don't know. Damn, I'm sorry. It's not good. Murder is bad. Don't murder people, okay?
Homeland Security did not do their jobs. They did not check his background. You know, they did say that he was processed. So if they processed him, they knew that he was a gang member and still allowed him here. Health and Human Services did not verify the sponsor and allowed him to go with the sponsor that they don't even know if it was his cousin or his aunt. And he was able to leave the sponsor's house to go live wherever he wanted. And I am going to continue sharing Kayla's story to help save others and to bring awareness of what was happening under the Biden-Harris administration. And I'm so thankful for Pam having me here today. And I'm so thankful for the opportunities I got from Trump and any other platform, you know, people who allowed me to share her story, because this is going to end. No other parent should suffer by having their child murdered by somebody that shouldn't be here. And I'm gonna continue, you know, sharing it, and for Kayla, you know, and also for others. Thank you.
And it's my understanding that he also admitted to other murders, correct? Multiple murders.
He wrote a letter, and it was intercepted in jail, that he committed 4 murders and 2 rapes.
And that's who we were letting walk into our country. And that's why President Trump has directed this to stop. And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable. We did it to Illinois. Strike 1. Strike 2 is New York. And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready. And the great men and women of law enforcement are standing behind.
Oh, so we don't care about states' rights now. Uh-oh. Testimony of Tammy Nobles about Kayla Hamilton. At the end of March of 2022, Walter Javier Martinez was apprehended by Border Patrol crossing illegally into the U.S. at the southwest border of Rio Grande City, Texas. Martinez stated that he was 16 years old and feared gang activity in his country of El Salvador. As an unaccompanied alien child, Martinez was granted access to the United States with no background checks or vetting. No background checks or vetting at all? Is that really how it works? I don't know about that, but okay. Homeland Security did not verify the sponsor and allowed Martinez to go live in Frederick, Maryland. So is this like a catch and release thing? Like he claimed asylum, basically, is what it sounded like, right? There were behavior issues with him living with the sponsor. Ended up staying with his half-brother who lived in the same neighborhood, Mobile Park, as Kayla. There were behavioral issues with Walter, so the half-brother called the property manager / owner of the mobile home, which I thought was a legit company. We learned that an illegal immigrant couple owned the mobile homes and took it upon themselves to allow the 16-year-old to rent a room in the same mobile home as Kayla. Martinez was living there less than 5 days before he violently, brutally murdered my daughter. Walter Javier Martinez broke into Kayla's room while she was sleeping that morning. She left a voicemail on her boyfriend's phone. You can hear a struggle. Martinez can be heard on the voicemail, hushing her, and near the end saying, "I'm sorry." Why did he kill her? What the fuck? Is this guy like a sociopath? What does any of this have to do also with the state of New York, or even the state of Maryland? This seems like your issue would be with the feds at this point. No. Okay. Jeez. All right.
Behind me today, we have FBI, DEA, ATF agents. They put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will...
Yeah, but it sounds like this, unless I'm missing something, it sounds like this murder happened in Maryland and the person came in through Texas. What does this lady's story, however tragic, have to do with suing the state of New York? Did I miss some part of this story that happens in New York or that had to do with New York? Or
will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you. Questions?
We have time for a few questions. David Spivey with Fox News.
Madam Attorney General, thank you and welcome to the Justice Department.
Thank you.
I have a quick on-topic and a quick off-topic question. On topic, in your executive order, in your orders on the first day you were here, you talked about working with the Justice Department, or these sanctuary cities, as you say, will be punished. Today you're putting people on notice. Right now, we're just lawsuits. Is this going to go further? What kind of punishment are we talking about? Is there any grounds to charge individuals, charge politicians? How far is this going to go?
Well, we're going to see what they do next, David. We have sued them all. We've personally sued the governor, the attorney general, Letitia James, and Mark Schroeder with DMV because he has the green light laws. So what they have to do, they have to start complying with federal law. If they don't, we're going to appeal it, and we will win. They have to comply with federal law. Did you have a second question?
Second off-topic question in this regard to the judiciary. Today, Elon Musk, who has enormous influence in the Trump administration, posted on X, quote, "There needs to be an immediate wave of judicial impeachments, not just one." As the Attorney General of the United States, how do you respond to that? Shouldn't the process work out in the courts before we talk about judicial impeachments? I mean, these are just TROs now at this time. Shouldn't these just play out?
Yeah, I haven't seen Elon Musk tweet. He is a friend of mine. He is a great man. I think he's very frustrated with what's happening in our federal government. You know, at USAID alone, they're giving out billions of dollars.
Like I'm thinking more and more about this. I don't even know what any state could have done. Like, it sounds like the issue here was, this sounds like a catch and release thing. The guy came in, he claimed asylum. He's an unaccompanied minor. So then they ship him off to some state. What the fuck is the state going to do? The feds are literally sending him somewhere. Is the state going to go, hey, this guy's an illegal immigrant? The feds are going to go, yeah, we know. We're just waiting to process him. Like, here you go. Like, what could the state have even done? Like, what? I'm so confused why this story is being used to prop up, like, this, whatever the fuck case it is. Like,
that should not be distributed. We're going to back him up. You know, we work our whole lives in this country, and we all pay taxes in this country. And for people to find out that $2 million is going to Guatemala for sex changes is outrageous. And we're going to back up Elon Musk every way we can. That includes lawsuits against these people who are doing that, and we will be successful.
You're concerned about judicial impeachments?
That's not going to happen now. We're going to look at everything. We're going to follow the law right now. We're going to follow the process. These are federal.
Right now, we'll follow the law.
Judges with lifetime appointments, but they will be struck down ultimately by the Supreme Court of the United States if the appellate courts don't follow the law as well.
Hi. Hi. So much. I also have an on-topic and an off-topic.
Sure.
First of all, can you just briefly walk us through what the legal claims are you're making in this lawsuit?
Yeah. Absolutely. So the green light laws are that this is what the green light law says. It's a green light to illegal immigration, which says they can comply. That law is unconstitutional. They can't do that. And what they've done is
Green light law, New York. At issue is a state law that prevents the DMV from sharing information with the federal immigration authorities since 2019. New York has had a so-called green light law that permits undocumented immigrants to get a driver's license. A key provision of the law, which was crucial to getting it passed at the time, is one that ensures the federal immigration agents don't have access to the data. Is there a federal law that demands that the federal government has access to state data? Like, I know, for instance, the federal government can't have unrestricted access to voter data. Like, I know that's the case. I wonder if she's going to actually cite, like, is there give me like a U.S. code for a law that's actually being violated?
which says they can comply. That law is unconstitutional. They can't do that. And what they've done is they have a tip-off provision that requires New York's DMV commissioner to promptly inform any illegal alien when a federal immigration agency has requested their information. So think about the men and women in law enforcement behind me. That's basically, that's not basic. It's tipping off an illegal alien, and it's unconstitutional. And that's why we filed this lawsuit, and that's why we
Can somebody, is that true? New York tipping off illegal immigrants, green light laws. Okay. Are there like any like? Is there like a complaint filed yet that we can look at? I guess, yeah. Somebody mentioned in chat that whenever they say unconstitutional, usually that's like code speak for there is no law being broken. We just don't like it more often than not.
We charge Mark Schroeder too because he runs DMV. Oh, I'm sorry, you had a second question.
Yeah, my off-topic question. I wanted to ask about Mayor Eric
Yes.
Adams' case. As of at least a few moments ago, SDNY still has not dropped that case. Have you or other DOJ leadership spoken to the acting U.S. attorney in SDNY since the memo was sent earlier this week? And what will you do if she refuses
SDNY is the Southern District of New York. It's a federal court over in New York.
to drop the case?
I have not spoken to her. I know our acting DAG, Emil Bove, has spoken.
What's the purpose behind green lights? My guess is it's to make sure that people are driving in New York State. They have a legitimate driver's license. Probably keeps the driver safer there, and it probably makes New York City a bit of money and saves them money on not having to arrest people for driving without a license. And they just have it set up so that if you're undocumented, you can still get one without worrying about getting, I guess, like dinged for illegal immigration.
Spoken to her, and Chad Mizell may have spoken to her, but that case should be dropped. It was done at the
Oh, and probably for insurance too.
directive of Emil, so that case should be dropped. I did not know that it had not been dropped yet, but I will certainly look into that.
Hi, thank you. Tom Homan suggested this week that someone from within the FBI may be leaking information about the ICE raids and that such could be putting officers' lives at risk. Has the DOJ gotten any closer to determining if these leaks are coming from within the FBI? And what will the consequences be if they can identify the leakers from the FBI?
Excuse me. Well, first, I can't talk about anything that is ongoing, and that is ongoing. And it's really for the similar reasons of what I said earlier. The great men and
Why wouldn't they want to ding for illegal immigration, though? Because then my guess is people probably would never go and get a license, and then they would just never get insurance. So you just have undocumented people getting into accidents, and then you'd have people no insurance and no coverage for anything, I guess.
women in law enforcement standing behind me today, they must be protected. And anytime anyone leaks or tips off anything regarding a pending investigation, that jeopardizes lives.
Do individual non-border states usually deport illegal immigrants? Wouldn't that be a federal thing? I don't think a state can deport an illegal immigrant, but you can refer them to the feds for them to process them and deport them if they had to.
Telling a bad guy what's about to happen. It could jeopardize the lives of all the men and women in law enforcement. We will not stand for it. We will find you. We're going to investigate it, no matter what agency it came from. We don't know for certain. We have an open investigation, so I can't talk about it in detail, but we will do everything in our power to hold you accountable, and it is a crime, and you will be prosecuted when we find you.
I got time for one more. Alana Austin, Newsmax.
Hi, Madam
Hi,
Attorney General. Thank you so much for your time. I was also interested in hearing specifically what the interactions have been like with Mayor Adams, and I know he has a little bit of a different tone than some of the other Democrats out of the Empire State, and then also Denver Mayor Mike Johnston, because before the President Trump went back into office, he had issued some words about a potential standoff and then walked that back. So I was curious to see
what things have been like out of New York City and Denver officials.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that in New York, Mayor Adams is going to cooperate with us with the sanctuary cities and the illegal aliens.
The guy that you just dropped all charges against, I'm sure he'll cooperate. Don't worry.
And has the mayor in Colorado been cooperating? Do we know? I believe he might have now. Yeah, I believe Colorado is now cooperating. That's what we want. We don't want to sue you. We don't want to prosecute people. We want people to comply with the law. This is very simple. An MS-13 member murdered her daughter. That's happening throughout this country. We have one angel mom is too many. And we have angel moms throughout this country who should not be going through this. Comply with the law. This is the last thing we want to be doing. We want to be out there, all of us, fighting violent crime. Yet we're fighting illegal aliens, and that ends, and it's going to end today.
That's all we have time for, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. House budget draft unveiled ahead of Thursday markup. The blueprint allows for at least $4.5 trillion in tax cuts while slashing spending by at least $1.5 trillion over 10 years. These don't match. The House Budget Committee unveiled a fiscal blueprint for Republicans' sweeping domestic policy legislation Wednesday that would allow for at least $4.5 trillion in tax cuts while slashing spending by at least $1.5 trillion over the coming decade. Would provide for as much as $300 billion in new border and defense spending, and would allow Republicans to raise the debt limit by $4 trillion, enough for about a 2-year extension. Why do we have to raise the debt limit? Democrats should just fight and make them... If Republicans had unanimous support throughout their entire party, they'd be able to do this, right? So Democrats should just hold out and never, ever, ever help this. They don't need like a supermajority or anything for any of this shit, right? Democrats are gearing up to shut down. Good. Fuck them. They should. The reconciliation instructions embedded in the draft blueprint call on the House Energy and Commerce Committee to cut at least $880 billion in spending over 10 years or in this budget, meaning lawmakers would likely need to enact deep cuts into Medicaid, going beyond the work requirements that most Republicans support. Jesus Christ. I'll get a drink 1 sec. This is such a sick way to transfer money. Musk's ex agrees to pay about $10 million to settle Trump lawsuit. Trump just running around and suing every single social media platform whose CEO he's like best friends with. This is like the best way ever to just print money as the president, I guess. Jesus. For violating his First Amendment right by banning his account. Chat, call your local congressman and tell them not to help the Republicans pass a budget. What's the point of a sanctuary city? Can illegals just do any crime? No, what do you mean? If you do a crime, you're still charged like normal. You just don't get referred to the feds if you're... They don't refer you if they think you're undocumented or whatever. They don't do like a citizenship check or whatever. Musk just went in and stole New York FEMA funds from their bank account. New York City Comptroller Brad Lander released the following statement. This morning, my financial team shockingly uncovered that President Trump and his crony Elon Musk illegally executed a revocation of $80 million in congressionally approved FEMA funding from New York City's bank accounts late yesterday afternoon. This is money that the federal government previously dispersed for shelter and services and is now missing. This highway robbery of our funds directly out of our bank account is a betrayal of everyone who calls New York City home. Really? This was just published today? What, a few hours ago? Did you see Congressman David Schweikert speak on the House floor about the national debt and U.S. spending? First rep I have seen in a while that wasn't talking nonsense. "41 minutes, what the fuck?"
For anyone listening, whether it be staff, another member, anyone that actually gives a darn, give me your first 4 minutes. Because the first 4 minutes is I need to explain why we've been joking about it in a dark way.
Wait, maybe I'll watch this in a second. Hold on. Mitch McConnell voted no on Tulsi Gabbard. Wow. Not that I don't think it mattered, but...
If I was to ask you what weighs more, a pound of feathers or a pound of gold, what would you tell me?
Pound is a pound.
You'd be wrong because
Really?
There's 16 ounces in a pound of feathers, and there's 12 ounces, different ounces in a pound of gold.
How come?
Just the way it is.
So when you buy a pound of gold, you're not getting 16 ounces.
You're getting 12 troy ounces.
What nationality invented that? I don't want to go full Kanye here.
Well, it's just he's just using a different unit of measurement. That's like saying, what do you think is more expensive? $10 at Starbucks or $10 at fuck, what's that stupid fucking coffee place in Canada? I don't remember what it's called. Hortons. And you're like, I don't know, it's probably the same. Yeah, Timmy's. And they're like, no, because the $10 you spend at Hortons is Canadian dollars, and the $10 that you spend in the U.S. is U.S. dollars, and they're different. And it's like, okay, I guess you got me. Okay. The reality is that the 4 ounces that are missing are being siphoned by Democrats for illegal immigrants.
In the West Wing swearing in Tulsi Gabbard, and so I just came straight back here. So
We already watched all this. What is this? This was the campaign manager for Jill Stein. Yes, of course Trump is bad. There was no illusion that he would be terrible. Electing Harris would have been worse. We can fight Trump. Through mutual aid, through civil disobedience, through active resistance and organizing, we can overcome. We would never overcome the moral stain of re-electing genocide. It would have undercut any moral authority. It would have metastasized. As god-awful as Trump is, it was the better outcome. Now let's organize to bury fascism. Again, but this time for real. And that means ending capitalism. Wow. This is not true, is it? The U.S. government is currently planning to award Tesla a $400 million contract to buy armored Teslas. The State Department's most recent procurement forecast, updated in December 2024, names Tesla as the recipient of the largest projected contract. The anticipated award date is 9/30/2025, with a 5-year contract length. That's not Elon Musk, though. It's just one of his companies. No conflict of interest here. True. It's worth noting that this procurement forecast was revised in December 2024 when Biden was still president. The Tesla line item was last modified on December 13th. Gross.
We're in the budget wars. It's about reconciliation. Why is there such angst by some of us? You know, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I chair the Joint Economic Committee, so I'm the idiot with all the economists. I'm number 4 in Ways and Means. I'm not good at many things in life. I'm okay at math. What's going on that is stressing us? Last night I could barely sleep because I had read report after report after report, and the math was devastating. And this is what we need to understand. Here's our reality, and forgive us, we've been going as fast as we can in our office to find some way to explain what the hell's going on. At the end of this budget year, so September 30th, end of this budget year, United States debt by Congressional Budget Office is projected to be $37.2 trillion. Okay, they're projecting over the next 10 years, we add another $20 trillion. But if you then, on top of that, so the debate that's been going on is we have these provisions of the 2017 tax reform. Thank you. The 2017 tax reform that are expiring at the end of this year. If you go take it to 2035, because that's sort of the 10-year window, 9 budget years, it's another $5.5 trillion. Then you add onto that the interest, because it turns out if you were to finance it, not pay for any of it, that's another $1.3 trillion on top of that. Then if you were to come in here and then take the president's requests. So let's just, because we have a couple members here, just say, just do everything, make everyone happy, screw my retirement, the next generation. America will be fine. If you add it all up, by 2035, you have over $74 trillion in debt. You're somewhere in the 155 or so % of the entire economy is borrowed. Today, we're a little less than 100. So the point I'm trying to make here, even if you do the calculation of publicly sold debt, because as I tried to explain, you have like the Social Security Trust Fund, which is gone in 8 years. But we borrow the money out of that, and we do pay interest on it. But if you take everything where we sell bonds to the world, to each other, to our retirement accounts, to pensions, when the day we got elected, Mr. Speaker, so long time ago, what was that, November, U.S. sovereign debt that was held by the public was around $28 trillion. These numbers right now say that number that took, 240 years of publicly held debt, we intend to double in 9 years. In 9 years, we're going to functionally add another $28 trillion of publicly held debt. Actually, a little more if we do these things on finance. Finance them and don't try to pay for them. This is my 4-minute spiel. When you see some of us stressing out, when you see some of us, he's being disharmonious. Maybe it's because I own a damn calculator. If these numbers don't make you pucker up and scare the crap out of you, you don't understand. Yet the hallways around here are full of people that demanding we give them more money. Or they want more barriers to entry. Or they don't want to change their business models. They want to do it in archaic fashions. Because it might make them have to compete.
Like, I just don't know what to say. This is all like theater. If you want to control the deficit and lower the debt, there's like 3 ways that you can do this. You can either increase your revenues, that means more taxes, or you can decrease your spending, that means you have to make actual cuts to federal programs. It's not going to be waste, fraud, and abuse. Or 3, kind of ties to number 1, you can increase the overall size of your economy, because as your economy gets bigger, then your tax receipts naturally grow as well. Like, this is what you can do. Like, these people constantly obsess over this. And I agree that this can become a problem. Maybe it's a problem now, I don't know. But then fine, if this is a problem, then let's get serious about it and stop just fucking virtue signaling on waste, fraud, and abuse. Increase taxes or expand your tax base or make some significant actual cuts to government spending. But the Republicans are not willing, and Donald Trump especially hasn't shown his willingness to do any of that. And if you're unwilling to do any of that, then everything else is just a joke. This is a 41.5-minute thing. Is he going to talk about any of those three things, or is it all just going to be a virtue signal on waste, fraud, and abuse? Is that what this whole thing is going to be, or?
This is no longer the next generation. This is your own retirement. Look, I accept, I'm traditionally, I tease behind this microphone, I'm pathologically optimistic. My wife and I were both 62 years old, and we have a 2.5-year-old. We've adopted, but we also have a 9-year-old. When my little boy is functionally 24 years old, the math says every single tax in America needs to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. The wheels are coming off. Do you really think the bond market? Oh, we want to keep buying U.S. sovereign debt, even though you've gone and doubled it in 9 years. You don't think we're going to start to pay? We did a math problem a couple weeks ago on this floor, and we showed that if we stressed the bond markets, if we got up to a 6% handle, and it wasn't that many decades ago, U.S. sovereign debt was up, kissing up around 6%. In 9 years, 45% of all U.S. tax receipts went to interest. You think this is a game? The bond market is on the edge of running this country, not us. If you're a member of Congress and you claim that you care about debt and deficits and the next generation and working people and people's retirement, and you don't have this poster up somewhere in your office, how do you understand the math? The wheels are coming off. And I'm going to show in a bunch of these slides, there's a path. We can produce some level of stabilization. It means doing really hard things, which you know how good we are at doing hard things, because once again, there'll be an army of people outside the door all upset with us because we're trying to do hard things. You've known this has been coming for decades. When I was an idiot kid, in the 80s, I remember my statistics professor. She basically did a chart, this is like 1983, saying, okay, here's baby boomers. This is going to happen. There's this huge bubble. The thing we weren't prepared for is U.S. fertility rates started to collapse in 1990. We don't have enough young people. I'm going to show some charts of how hard it is to keep up productivity and growth. And it's not just the United States, it's all across the world. There's a shortage of young people. But we're going to pretend we can just grow our way out of things. That's complete untruth.
Say bullshit.
If we do what a handful of our members are asking and just look the other way and just give everything to everyone without paying for it, and look, I think it's outrageous there's a discussion. It would be immoral, I believe, to allow the tax rates to go up on working people. But it's also immoral not to find a way to pay for it. Are you ready to condemn this country in 9 budget years, 10 calendar years, to functionally financial Armageddon? Because this is actually in the 10-year window now. This is not some theoretical number years and years and years and decades from now. It's here. And if interest rates were to move against us, it's functionally almost Armageddon. I'm going to skip. I'm going to bounce around a little bit. So think about this. Why are some of us trying so hard to get as much in the way of modernization, cost changes, those things? So we have $5.5 trillion if you do the 20.
Does the debt really matter? If the economy isn't destroyed at 37 trillion, then what number will it? First of all, talking about it in absolute terms doesn't matter that much. It's more like percentage of GDP that you'd probably have to consider it as. However, I imagine, well, there's two things that you should be worried about probably. One, I think you should be worried about it, maybe, but although we never can agree on if we should or shouldn't be, is that if the debt gets too high and so much of your money is going towards interest payments, that maybe that could snowball out of control in a way that becomes like uncontrollable, and now you get into some crazy inflated period where you're spending so much money to just cover the interest on your debt. That could be a concern, depending on what the debt is as a percentage of GDP. There's a second thing that's like lurking, though, in the background now, and that's that my guess is going to be that the United States probably enjoys a lot more flexibility with our monetary policy because we're so interconnected with the rest of the world, because our economy is so large, because we have so many friends and allies like all over the planet. We enjoy our status as the global reserve currency. That probably gives us a bit more stability to our monetary policy than we deserve otherwise. Now, if Trump continues running us into this insane isolationist route where people don't trade in U.S. denominated dollars anymore, or people don't have as much faith in the U.S. economy to be stable, if the world were to just eject itself from wanting to reliably hold U.S. dollars, that could have a dramatic impact as well. For either of these things, though, like the debt getting too high or the USD no longer being the world reserve currency, these are big macro questions that I wouldn't be able to give you a good answer to. I think just both things would probably be pretty bad, would be my guess, yeah.
35 of expiring provisions that would raise taxes on our brothers and sisters in this country. We need that not to happen, but understand its actual cost. It's not only the $5.5 trillion. If you just did it, if you just pass it, it's another $1.3 trillion of interest over those 10 years. That means in 2035, the interest handle for America is $2 trillion a year. Just interest will be $2 trillion a year in 9 budget years if we don't find ways to do offsets. How can this not terrify people? Are there people in the White House that have calculators? Our brothers and sisters here, do you really think the debt markets, oh, we want to buy that much more U.S. sovereign bond? Look, there's a funny fact, interesting fact, it's not necessarily funny. The world today has the highest ratio of debt since the Napoleonic Wars. And if you remember your history, after that, there was years and years and years of misery as governments tried to figure out how to unwind and go to war with each other and those things because of the depressions that it caused. We're not the only country binging on debt. And I'll say this a couple times, and it's the one thing that gets me really hateful emails and text messages. 100%, well, almost 100% of the next 10 years of debt is interest and demographics. Almost all of it is Medicare. Our brothers and sisters, people like me, baby boomers, gray hair, we're moving into our earned benefits. We didn't set aside enough money, and we've been unwilling to modernize how we deliver services because it annoys the lobbyists and the people at home, and people get uncomfortable. Oh, David, you want to use technology. You don't have a choice. You just don't have a choice. And it's not my feelings, it's math. But you start to look at this. If you look at the data right now, if we were to do the expiring tax provisions, within the budget window, the United States will pay $2 trillion plus a year just in interest. And that's at today's interest rates. That's without even a calculation of raising interest rates going up. I've been trying to figure out how to sort of explain. I can say this one easier.
Okay.
We're going to come close to spending the 7% of the entire economy this year in borrowed money. If we do these things without paying for them, in 10 years, we're not going to be borrowing 7% of the economy. We're going to be borrowing around 9.2% of the economy. This is not a game. So let's actually walk through one or two more of these to try to get our heads around what's actually going on. You got to understand. You see the blue here? Okay, dark purple, if that's purple. Forgive my. This is interest. That's our debt we're adding. And here's our problem. What happens this year if we borrow a couple $1 trillion this year? You do realize half that's interest. Half of it is now interest. Interest now is the second biggest expense in the United States government. Defense is actually number 4. I always love it when I'm having a conversation with one of my friends on the left. Well, if we just cut defense, defense is now number 4 on the spend stack. Interest is number 2. And there's a couple models that if we keep borrowing and interest rates move against us in a decade or so, interest could be the number 1 expense in the United States government.
Wow.
And I've done presentation after presentation of this concept called interest fragility. I think I'm probably the only one that listened to it, and sometimes I wonder if I even listen to myself. This isn't a game. There's a reason the British government collapsed this summer. Liz Truss? Yeah, we're a hell of a lot bigger economy. Do we really think, because we have the 2 great extraordinary privileges of the reserve currency and being a country that people want to do business and live in?
Oh, shit. Oh, he's got my talking points. True.
Prosper in? Do you think we keep those things if we keep this sort of clown show going? So let's actually walk through a couple more of these, and then I'm going to try to have a little fun mocking some of the suggestions that keep coming in. Debt held by the public under alternative conditions. Trying to make increase in primary deficits. This is where, and I need to explain, this is going to be a little tricky. In 2033, because what was done in this body in lame duck, where we functionally took another couple $100 billion out of Social Security and paid it out without replacing the money, now it looks like the number is in mid-2033. Social Security Trust Fund is empty. CBO, now the law for Social Security says you cut seniors' benefits. Math is about 20%. So we will double senior poverty.
How old is this video? 1 day old.
The following year. But that's not how CBO is forced under the law to do the math. The math, there's an actual law that says you're not allowed to show a zero balance. That's why we're doing this. So that means in 2034, there's $600 billion of borrowing that's shoved in that's actually to make up the balance, the shortfall in Social Security. Next year, it's more. So if you add up 2023, 24, 25, there's like another $1.7 trillion because Social Security is empty. And you don't want to double senior poverty, but we're also far too fearful to actually tell our voters the truth. And the fact of the matter is, every time one of us idiots, me, gets up and tries to find a way to stabilize the Social Security Trust Fund, that side starts running attack ads on you because they care more about winning the next election than they do doubling senior poverty in America. It's just absolutely immoral. It's almost like the math. So you start to look at what's going on here. If we're really heading towards a time where just the primary deficit that's publicly sold without the other request from the president, we're at 55 plus trillion. And that's
one thing I never understand with these budget arguments is that they talk about our largest expense is Medicare and Social Security, but these programs are paid for by targeted taxes, and all these programs already pay for themselves. Kind of. I think Social Security, if the trust fund is completely drained, I think that the current taxes would only pay about 75% of benefits. People say that it'll go bankrupt and you can't take anything. That's not true. I think it would pay for about 75%, so the payments will be reduced. I don't know as much about Medicare. I don't know if the taxes that people pay into Medicare generally like pay for what Medicare ends up paying out. I'm not sure if that's the case or not.
We're playing a very dangerous game here, and yet my sense of frustration is off the charts. And look, this one's it's very simple. Within the budget window, publicly held debt, not also the borrowing from the trust funds, publicly held debt, if we were to do the expiring tax provisions without paying for them, we're at 149% of debt to GDP.
Ooh. Well, at least this guy's having like a real conversation on the debt. Expiring tax provisions. He's talking about the tax jobs, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act from Trump, right? If we don't pair it with spending cuts, which I don't think Trump has any plan of doing.
Publicly held debt, not also the borrowing from the trust funds, publicly held debt, if we were to do the expiring tax provisions without paying for them, we're at 149% of debt to GDP. We will functionally have raised U.S. debt by 50% in 9 budget years. So how many members here ran on a promise of, we're going to save America, we're going to save our retirements, we're going to save our kids, we're going to save the future, we're going to pretend math doesn't exist? Because this is what's going on. So let's actually walk through some of the ideas that have been coming into our office. And when I do this, yeah, there's going to be a little tone.
Ooh, now that he disagrees with Trump, he's making a good point, but not prior to that. What? He's been making a decent point the whole time. My biggest criticism of people who talk about shit like this are people who just say waste, fraud, and abuse is going to save us money. That's a retard talking point. I don't think this guy's brought that up a single time. His whole point is that there probably have to be cuts made in programs that people don't want to make cuts for, like Medicare. That's been his point the entire time. Have you been listening, or do you hear anything, or do you just hear whether or not it's pro-Trump or anti-Trump? Is that how you filter every single fucking political statement through your ears? It's like, is it pro-Trump or anti-Trump? And then that decides if it's good or bad? Like,
On the sarcasm, but it's more for my own personal amusement. Trying to help people understand how big 12 zeros is. Trying to understand how difficult this math is. Because if I watch one more idiot on talk or cable television saying, all we have to do is this, look how wonderful that is, that's not the math. So let's actually have a little fun here. Okay, great. Wall Street Journal yesterday said, hey, there's 40,000 federal employees which have said they'll take a retirement package. Okay. I'm ignoring, hey, if they took the package today, we pay them through the rest of the year. I'm just ignoring that math. But what is 40,000 federal employees times an average salary? I think we used 106,000, which we got from one of the reports, and you just multiply that. And understand, and this is the conservative number, we're borrowing about $6 billion a day. That 40,000 federal employees leaving is a single day of borrowing. For an entire year, all those folks leaving, single day of borrowing. You got 12 hours or 24 hours of borrowing by 40,000 federal employees leaving. Yet I watched someone on television last night saying, well, look, we're going to make a huge dent in the U.S. deficit with these 40,000 taking early retirement. It's one day of borrowing. That's not spending, borrowing. And remember, by the end of the decade, that borrowing's up per day dramatically. Take this in. This is one of the grand solutions. Now, the point I want to make is you probably have to do it. You got to do all of them. It's going to be dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of things all stacked up just to provide some stability. Because can we, as a country, get back to just borrowing about 3% of our economy a year instead of 7, or God forbid, a decade from now over 9? But you got to stop lying to each other. Our staffs have to stop lying to us. The press has to stop making crap up. And we got to help the public understand the scale of what the hell's going on. 40,000 employees taking early retirement. The salary savings is one day of borrowing. So let's have a little more fun. Okay, so someone yesterday said, okay, let's get rid of the federal subsidy on tax-exempt bonds for stadiums. Okay, great. We calculate that's about 6 or 7 seconds of borrowing for a year. 7 seconds. But this is worthy. Yeah, I'm going to throw it in the stack.
Oh, shit. Well, this guy was part of literally writing the, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I was proud to help write the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act legislation that was signed into law in 2017. Good one. Good job. Okay, I don't want to watch the rest of this. Does he get into what the solution is, or what does he say?
Now is getting old, and the numbers are actually worse. lie about it. We campaigned, we won. The American people gave us the House, they gave us the Senate, they gave us the presidency. And suddenly, the obligation, we did all this moralizing, and now we run away from the difficulty. So let's actually now have the other thing where I'm going to start to really make a couple of my brothers and sisters annoyed around here. United States, according to the Census Bureau from last month, will have more deaths than births in 8 years.
Wow.
Not a single country in the world, and this is not just the United States, it's basically all the industrialized countries, and much of the world is way ahead of us in this almost dystopian collapse of there being young people. No other country has actually been able to change natalist fertility rates, whatever pop culture word you want to use. There's countries out there that on your third child, they buy you a house, and all they did is move fertility forward, and boom, a couple years later, they just moved back to the mean.
This guy sounds like, or maybe these are congressmen who aren't like TV famous. This guy sounds like he has like a good general base of knowledge at least. Like he doesn't sound like a fucking retard. Although, I mean, if he voted for that or helped author that tax cut and then they didn't pair it with any spending cuts, I mean, I don't know what he's planning or how he's ever planning on this reining in spending at all. But at least like this point that he's bringing up is true as well. One of the biggest issues related to fertility, at least as far as I'm aware, because I remember arguing with the Nazis about this, it's actually incredibly fucking difficult to have the government just get people to make more kids. Like, I don't think anybody has ever been able to do it. They tried it in fascist Italy. I think Mussolini had a huge program for it. Like other countries have tried to incentivize it in different ways. And it's just like, I don't know if anybody's ever been able to successfully do this. Like, I think the kids thing is a huge economic organization problem plus culture thing. But I don't know if any country's been able to do this ever with any kind of policy. And that's what he's bringing up now.
They buy you a house, and all they did is move fertility forward, and boom, a couple years later, they just moved back to the mean. Why is this a big deal? When you start to understand total fertility rates and what it means to being able to grow an economy, I'm begging you, give this a chance. If you're watching this, you're obviously unusual, you're smart. If you have a shortage of young people in your country, how do you grow? How do you reach productivity? And there becomes, we can do it by policy. You're not going to have more children, but are you willing to make it easier to adopt technology? Are you going to be fearful of AI, machine learning? Are you going to allow synthetic biology to cure diseases? Are you going to promote automation everywhere you can because you're going to have a shortage of workers? Are we going to remove the regulatory barriers, the financing barriers to basically having a much more productive society? Because if you don't, there's absolutely no way you can make the math work. This is the reality. And a couple weeks ago, I did a whole series of charts showing if the United States would take on the rest of the world. Because you understand, besides the tax arbitrage the world uses by refunding their value-added tax, yet when we send them something, they put it on. So there's already this tax arbitrage the rest of the world uses on us. The other stupidity we engage in this country is we educate people in our fine universities, and we send them home to compete with us. Wall Street Journal today actually has an article on drug discovery and drug research and how fast China is basically competing with us now in new biologics and those things. And the basic premise is that we educated the very people that are competing with us because we sent them home because we're idiots. And yet I will get folks who will now...
Like, this is a really, really, really good point. Who is this guy? He's a Republican. He doesn't sound like oh, he's from Arizona. Arizona's a very purplish state, right? Like, we want to be competitive in all these areas, but we want to also ship all the illegal immigrants back. We want to send everybody home. We don't want people coming to our schools from other countries anymore. We want to lock down our borders. We don't want H-1B workers. We don't want any of these people. Like, it's a good point. It's true.
We engage in this country is we educate people in our fine universities, and we send them home to compete with us. Wall Street Journal today actually has an article on drug discovery and drug research and how fast China is basically competing with us now in new...
What are these tweets, though? 2, if, as many of us suspect, Dima KKK rats have been padding the rolls. Holy shit. Does he believe in the 2020 election steal or whatever? Oh, man.
Biologics and those things, and the basic premise is that we educated the very people that are competing with us.
Isn't that a different guy? Representative Schwiekert. Wait, is this a different guy? Larry Schwiekert. Oh, wait. This isn't the same guy. Is it? No. Wait, who linked this? Fucking retards. Never mind.
Because we sent them home because we're idiots. And yet I will get folks who will now, right now, pounding out text saying, what? I don't want foreigners in there. Do you want us to be able to pay your Medicare bills?
Oof. Like, this is a really unpopular talking point, but it's true. Like, if you wanted to shore up Medicare and Social Security right now, the quickest and easiest way to do it would be a path to amnesty for every single illegal in the country. That's like your number one, like, you just expanded your young voters, or not your young voters, you just expanded your young tax base by like 15 million people to pay into FICA. Like, it would be the number one quickest way to have a huge surge of money. And these people aren't drawing down fucking Social Security or Medicare. These people are young and working. But
because if we don't get the growth. So it turns out, what are the two extraordinary privileges of the United States? It's our currency. The world borrows and trades and denominates in U.S. currency.
Yep. But for how long?
And the economists will tell you it's worth even more than being the reserve currency of the world. People want to do their business, their investments, bring their
because we have a big economy, yeah.
Their passions, their entrepreneurialism to the United States.
But tariffs and isolationism like threaten both of those things.
So in the 70s, 80s, 90s, the world knifed each other for hydrocarbons, oil. Last decade, we competed, whether you know it about, for rare earths. The rest of the world figured this out about 10 years ago when Australia, New Zealand, Great Britain, Canada all moved to talent-based, STEM-based systems of saying they need smart people to be able to continue to grow.
And in the U.S., we're like, I need manufacturing. I need to manufacture. I need to steel here. I'm going to make a steel in U.S.
I think the United States is the only major country still doing a familial-based immigration system.
Oh my God, he's even bringing up immigration reform. True. Why do we do family-based immigration? If we're worried about Mexico, I've said this a million times. If we're worried about Mexico stealing all of our fucking factory investments, why not just let them all fucking come here and work? Fuck it, if you want to come to the U.S. and work and you're Mexican, just fucking come up here and do it. Let's do it. And then we'll build the factories up here and they can work them up here.
The United States is the only major country still doing a familial-based immigration system. And this upsets people when I say this. I want to be able to sponsor my grandma. Great. I'm sure she's lovely. But from an economist standpoint, if we are going to survive as an economy, and particularly if we're about to put together a package on how we're going to cover the $5.5 trillion of expiring provisions by saying, here's the cuts, and we're going to build growth in, are we willing to do the things that are required to hit that growth number? Well, it turns out, yes. Modernizing regulation, great. Turns out, as an economist, you can't hit the number without a talent-based, STEM-based immigration system. You just can't.
Oof.
Because here's your problem. We built the models. So if we're going to extend expensing for research and development, so we're doing things better, faster, cheaper. What happens when the very companies that are doing that, the research labs that are doing it, continue to show up in my office and say, we can't get enough people. We're being squeezed. We're going to have to do part of the research on the other side of the world.
True. A lot of your huge funding cuts from the NIH and everything are playing into this. A lot of huge cuts into H-1B or other talent-based, worker-based visa cuts are like playing into this. Yeah.
Lost our minds. Oh, but David, you can't tell that. That will upset someone. Look, the chaos that was created at the border over the last 4 years crushed the working poor because the working poor sells their talents, their willingness to show up. And now you have millions and millions and millions of other entries. So there's a couple great articles out there basically talking about the working poor's wage growth will probably be flat for the next decade. But there's also part of that same report says you're getting close, I think it was $900 billion, almost $1 trillion over 10 years of new tax receipts if you move to a STEM-based, talent-based immigration system. And the next decade, it's parabolic. It just explodes because that way you're integrated in the economy. Are we allowed to have that conversation, Mr. Speaker, saying, okay, we're going to do this, we're going to tell ourselves we're going to start growing at these great rates, are we going to do the very tools that allow us to grow, that allow us to prosper, to allow us to raise the productivity? Because, and this chart I know is almost impossible to read. Its punchline is very simple. Unless we have this productivity spike, we're going to get poor. We see it around the world. That productivity, the ability to have that productivity growth is how you keep up standards of living. We've had a great pop the last couple of years. The investments in AI, those things. But are we going to keep it up? Are we basically going to give our competitive advantage to the rest of the world because we're going to educate the very talent that's bringing it to us and send them home? So, Mr. Speaker, I'm hoping I accomplished 3 things here. To give you a sense of how just absolutely brutal the math is and why it's absolutely necessary we do the moral thing of reduce the spending, modernize the way we deliver services, make the tax code actually grow, and then deal with the reality of what drives our debt and deficits, and then deal with the reality of how we maximize growth and productivity and wealth. Prosperity is moral. I actually believe it is actually the American ethos. My kids, your kids deserve to be more prosperous than the generation before them. And every data point we hold says our kids will be poorer than our generation. Is that the morality we've decided to bathe in? And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Damn. We're starting anything else at 7:15 tonight. Finish the Vlogbrothers video you've had up.
Good morning, Hank. It's Tuesday. Project for Awesome is this weekend, and the fundraiser is live now. But listen, I know almost nothing about almost everything. I don't know how helicopters work or how to measure the distance between the stars, etc., ad literally infinitum. But I do know a lot about tuberculosis and how TB medication works because I spent the last 4 years writing a book about tuberculosis. So I can't tell you much about stars or helicopters, but I can tell you what is likely to happen when TB medication and diagnostics that have already been paid for rot in warehouses due to stop work orders issued by the US government. So a bit of background, tuberculosis is a curable disease, but it's not easy to cure. The TB bacteria has a thick, fatty cell wall that's very difficult to penetrate, making the bacteria hard to kill. So while a strep infection might be cured with like 7 days of antibiotics, TB requires several months of antibiotics. In the past, it was common to take antibiotics even for years to cure the disease. Like I have one friend who survived TB after taking between 20 and 30,000 pills. But with the current standard of care, so-called drug-sensitive tuberculosis, that is TB that responds to our first-line antibiotics, can be cured with between 4 and 6 months of daily therapy. TB that doesn't respond to one or more of those drugs, known as drug-resistant TB, takes at least...
Take a guess right now. How many people die yearly to TB? I'm going to say 1 million. I don't know. How many people die every year TB? $1.25 million. I'm a god, okay? I know everything.
At least 6 months to cure, and often much more than that. Okay, so here's the critical thing to understand about our fraught moment. If we interrupt TB care in the middle of that 4 or 6 or more months, it is potentially catastrophic, both on like an individual level and on a societal level. First off, people who are on appropriate treatment almost never spread the disease because the bacteria is too well controlled to be infectious. But when people are not on appropriate treatment, TB is extremely infectious. Like the average untreated case of TB will infect 10 to 15 more people per year. So if we suddenly stop treating TB, and in many communities we have, we will see a sudden increase in disease prevalence. We're still...
Oh, and if they've been treated a little bit with antibiotics and then they stop treating them, then you're also letting like the most antibiotic. My guess is that's going to be the next point.
Even a brief pause in treatment gives the bacteria a really good chance of developing drug resistance. So if you go back a couple weeks or a month or 3 months later and treat the disease with the same drugs that were working before, those drugs will no longer work. This makes TB harder or even impossible to cure on an individual level, but on a societal level, it's also catastrophic because it means more drug-resistant TB spreading throughout the world and having more opportunities to develop further drug resistance, potentially leading to a situation where we have strains of TB that we just can't treat effectively, which is a truly terrifying prospect. By one estimate, Hank, TB has killed about 1 out of every 7 humans who have ever lived, but in densely populated communities, the statistics are even more sobering. Like in early industrial England, about 1 out of every 3 people were dying of tuberculosis. And so a resurgence of tuberculosis, especially drug-resistant TB, is not a matter of like thousands more premature deaths, but millions or tens of millions. Right now, the United States is the primary funder of tuberculosis response in impoverished communities. And I want to be clear, that's not ideal. I would like to see more wealthy countries participating more meaningfully in the fight against diseases of injustice. But it is absolutely devastating to watch as the US haphazardly and chaotically freezes all tuberculosis funding, which is functionally what's happened. And like the US government can say that medicines are still flowing, but from Tanzania to Sierra Leone, I'm hearing over and over again from people on the ground who aren't able to access their TB medication. And again, that is a catastrophe, both for those individuals and for our shared human story. I have friends asking me, how do I get my meds? And I don't know what to tell them because the supply chains are just frozen. And I want to be clear, there is no way individuals or philanthropy can step in and work at this scale, because in order to respond to the size of the crisis, we need a size of at-scale logistics that only governments can provide. So I feel utterly powerless as I watch us risk decades of progress against TB and other diseases of injustice, not for a lack of tools, but for a lack of political will. In response to all this, TB fighters in our community have been organizing call-a-thons and other responses, and I know that seems like totally inconsequential, but I've actually felt quite empowered talking to my senators and congresspeople or their offices on the phone. Someone has to make the case, and I'm grateful that we still have some say in our governance. And while philanthropy can't replace the at-scale responses of USAID, supporting global health charities is more important than ever, which is why I'm so proud that half the money raised during the Project for Awesome will go to Save the Children and Partners in Health. Hank, I need the Project for Awesome every year, but I really, really need it this year. It's silly, it's fun, but it's also a serious fundraiser that's raised over $22 million for charity in the last 19 years. Again, the fundraiser is live as of this moment. You can get lots of great perks, including the first couple chapters of my next book. You can also get a signed frog postcard of a frog version of horizontal video sensation John Green. I mean, the perks are endless. You can find it all at projectforawesome.com/donate. Hank, in the face of big global problems, especially when we risk reversing progress, it is easy for me to feel despair. I feel quite close to it at the moment, to be honest with you. But I really believe that despair is not the correct response right now. In the last 25 years, we've reduced tuberculosis deaths by more than half. That progress is very much under threat at this moment, but that progress is still real, and it's a reminder that progress is possible. So Hank, here's the better days ahead. I will see you on Friday for the Project for Awesome.
Rip. Thought this was interesting from Scott Galloway. Kind of spooky for the U.S. and world economy. What? Is it all spooky stuff today? After the month, I'm sure it'll like calm down, right? Like in a week, they'll be like chill.
Anyways, he said something that just blew my mind. I, of course, was like doing my party trick and throwing out stats, and I said that the U.S. equity market now was 50% of the total value of all equities globally. And he said, no, it's actually, if you add in debt, corporate debt, America represents 70% of all value globally. So if you think about it, would you rather own the world? Would you rather own America for $70, or if you could own everything but America for $30, which would you pick? And what that says to me is that America is overvalued. And not only is America overvalued, it's really, the whole world is vulnerable because there are 10 stocks that represent 28 to 33% of the value, meaning that somewhere between $1 and $6 and $1 and $5 globally is dependent upon a small number of companies. And if Amazon and other folks show any slowdown in AI or cloud, oh my God.
Yeah, if there's an AI meltdown, these economists noted that. You know.
That's going to be an echo felt around the world.
Watch,
really
we're going to have
severely.
to bail out the tech bros at some point. Anyway, all right, we'll see. Let's go on a quick break, and when we come back, Trump's latest tariff, speaking of bailing out people, and Dozier's.
Wow. They are still doing the Twitter files. Do you agree with this analysis of a potential Taiwan invasion response? Bro, I don't know fuck all about military strategy or anything else, so I wouldn't be able to say. Another roguelike from the Returnal guys.
It always comes back to this. Let it here.
No gameplay trailer. Don't care. Well, what are we doing? Okay. The reading book? Oh, I've got my show tonight. I don't think I can do it tonight. We watch Ayla argue with Andrew Wilson for 7 hours. Holy fuck. They're really milking those shows. 7.5 hours?
Debate. Look at this.
$40 minutes for anything else still. Hold on one second.
About it, he just put it out there. And it's like, so of course segment. I consider that to be slanderous and lying.
Y'all told me it was a bad idea, so I decided not to, but then my sister came to LA, so I thought, hey, I'll swing by.
Oh, okay, cool. Why is the show stupid?
Well, I just think that you guys don't give us, like, I think that, hold on. I don't think your show is stupid. I said that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. I said that, like, when there was some, I think you guys do a great job of, you know, getting your likes and getting your comments and going viral. And I thought that coming on would be fun and something fun to do with my sister because we don't really get to hang out much. And I always wanted to come to LA. And that's why I end up here. Apologize for calling your show stupid. It is a little bit like, you know, sorry, I've never been like on a mic before, so just give me a minute to I've just been sitting here trying to figure out what the right words to say are. I think that, people that use and take advantage of people for money in all sense are not like I live my life not using and taking advantage of people for money, and it's really hard to do that. And I think that, like, I'm not trying to say anything bad about sex work. My mom was in sex work, so I have a big heart for it. I just think that there's more to each individual story, and I don't think you guys really give much tenderness to like the women that are on here.
Okay, well, is there anything else, or because I want to go point by point? What
Sure.
else? Is there anything else, or is that it?
That's about it.
Okay, so you mentioned using and taking advantage of
People for money, and I don't
people
say that,
for money.
I'm not
So
saying
how
that,
am I doing that?
I'm not saying that you guys do that. I'm just saying.
Why did you bring it up then?
I brought it up because
Okay, I asked you for how the show is stupid, and then you invoked. You said using and taking advantage of people.
Yeah,
how are we using or taking
I didn't
advantage
mean
of
it
people?
that you guys are using. I
So
mean
why
it
would
like
you bring it up
I mean
when I
it
asked you
that
the basis of your claim that
I
the
didn't mean
show
it
is
that
stupid?
I meant like I just wanted to come on the show and prove a different side of being a woman and not using and taking advantage of people for money, and being like trying to be noble in this world, without putting other people down. At the same point of growing up with all like porn and how it desensitizes people, and I think that there's I've never actually watched porn in my life, so like
Okay, I don't care. Ayla said she's going to do a full breakdown of Andrew's manipulative tactics. She sees through it all because he argues just like her dad did. You picked the worst timestamp. Good. Shakespeare Rattlesnake. Oh, if you want to start switching over, it's kick.com/destiny for anything else. Okay. Shakespeare Rattlesnake Android Rollerblade. Song title Skateboard Sketch Donut Dance Deed Saxophone Certificate Monologue Pacifier and Receipt. Holy fuck. Things with four wheels, skateboard and rollerblade. No. Things for babies, a pacifier. No. Receipt, a deed. Oh, we have one. A receipt, a deed, a title, and a certificate. Things that show ownership or something. Documents of ownership. Okay. Wait, what, was that the easy one? Oh boy, okay. Let's see. Shakespeare song, skateboard, a sketch. Okay, hold on. We got another thing. You can do like a sketch, a song, a dance, or a monologue. These are like performances, right? Okay. Bits in a variety show. Wait, is green the night? Okay, blue and purple. All right. Donut, Shakespeare, rattlesnake, saxophone, android, skateboard, pacifier, and rollerblade. Android what? Skateboard, rollerblade, Shakespeare, a rattlesnake, saxophone, donut. This would be so stupid, and it can't possibly yet, but like things with like holes that open at the end of them, that would be so dumb. Like a donut, a saxophone, rollerblades, and a rattlesnake? There's no shot. That would be so fucking stupid. Not even one off. Okay. Shakespeare, skateboard, pacifier, donut. Like a rollerblade. Saxophone is associated with music. It's made of metal. It makes noise. Shakespeare. Donut. It's like a shape. Pacifier for babies. You could pacify somebody. Jesus, I have no fucking idea. Rattlesnake. Toys? Android. Brands? Is there like a stupid like baby pacifier, like baby Shakespeare, baby skateboards, a baby rattlesnake? Not even one. I have no idea, bro. I have no clue. Android? What could an Android be besides an Android or like a phone? Skateboard pacifier. Involved with like movies or something. A donut is a shape or a dessert or skateboard and rollerblade have, I guess. These seem like the only things that could possibly go together now. Pacifier, Android, rattlesnake. Not even one. I have no idea, bro. It's gonna be really cringe, isn't it? Things that could put you to sleep, like a saxophone playing softly, or Shakespeare, like a play listening to it, or a pacifier. Or I have no clue. I have no fucking idea. Fuck me. Props for characters on The Simpsons. Donut, pacifier, saxophone, and skateboard. I don't watch The Simpsons at all. The saxophone is Lisa. The skateboard is the kid. The pacifier is the baby. Is Homer, does he have a donut all the time? Starting with shake, Rattle and roll. Android. Rattlesnake rollerblade Shakespeare? What? Shake, rattle, and roll. What? Pirate Software would have gotten that. Yeah, Android just starts with and. Time guesser. Wartsila. Anytime I see a W, I just assume fucking Poland. These are going to be like people escaping like a fucking concentration camp or some shit, and I just don't even know. Oh my fucking god, I have no idea. These guys look too happy to be, and they got helmets on, no shot. Fuck me. Where? Okay. We got it. No worries. No worries. We got this. Don't worry. Watch this. Watch this. Boom. 1970. Let's go. Fuck. Okay. Oh, Finland. Fuck you. The cars make this really modern. Wartsila shipyard workers rushing out during their lunch hour. They're running from Mecha Hitler? Based. Breaking. The Wall Street Journal reports that U.S. intelligence agencies have concluded that Israel is considering significant strikes on Iranian nuclear sites this year. Haven't they already been kind of doing that? South Korea? During COVID? In what city? I'm just say Seoul because that's what I would always guess. Because who the fuck cares? What other cities are there? Oh, 2021. Whoops. People waiting to be monitored for possible side effects after receiving a COVID-19 vaccine in Seoul, South Korea. Oh, gotcha. Nice. Okay. Damn. Happy New Year. Oh, this is like Chinese, isn't it? Like the year of the chicken and the rooster and the dragon and all that bullshit. But there's English shit. China Express Travel Service. Newport. This guy doesn't look Chinese. WTF. We're going to do a brave guess here. We're going to say... Fuck, I need a year. I need a car or something. How do I guess the year? Oh, fuck. Oh, no. The hair? The camera? 70s? 80s? Let's do 1980. Fuck it. These guys look English. Fuck it. Let's bong out. London, 1980. Let's go. No, 78. 9. Oh my god. Traditional Chinese dragons dancing and dispensing good omens to crowds during celebrations for the Year of the Rooster in Chinatown, London. My god. Let's go. New Zealand, yes. Wellington. Wait. Classic. 1988. I was born this year. I could tell. I can absolutely tell. I've been here. I think Wellington is where you take the... You can take a ferry? Or do you take a flight? I don't remember. '80s? '80s haircut. And the color of the cameras. Christchurch. Let's fucking... Ooh, 84. Oh, they were in Auckland. You should always just guess Auckland when it's New Zealand, but whatever. Members of the U.S. Air Force being processed by New Zealand immigration officials upon arriving in the country for a joint exercise with New Zealand and Australian forces. Whew, okay. The Caesars Superdome. That has to be Vegas, right? Does Vegas have a fucking giant arena? Oh god, this is going to be like the Super Bowl that just happened or some bullshit and I don't know it. Isn't it? It is. The Eagles, these guys played, right? Bro, I hate sports ball. Just tell me that this place is in fucking Vegas, please. It's not going to be. Allegiant Stadium. Well, that wouldn't be the Caesar Superdome, would it be? Is it going to be near Caesar's Palace? I have no idea. The T-Mobile Arena. Just please. So show me a Superdome. The Sphere, fuck. Would they? Maybe they wouldn't do it in Vegas because it's too much traffic, right? Where are Super Bowls held? Where are they Super Bowl at? In New England? I don't know where the fuck Gambling is allowed? Or I guess you don't need gambling to just have the... It says Philadelphia back here, okay? This is making me think maybe it's in Philadelphia. The Caesars Superdome. Philadelphia feels like a NFL kind of place. Show me a Superdome. No! What the fuck? It's not going to be here. Why am I even looking here? It's not going to be here. It's not going to be anywhere here. This is my punishment for not learning American sports ball. I deserve this. I deserve this. I deserve to lose here. Can you give me some other hint, please? Why would it say Philadelphia? Are one of these, are the Eagles from Philadelphia? The Philly Eagles? The Philly... Maybe. Fuck this place. Oh my God. Oh, so they should play in Philly. Isn't that how the NFL works? Wouldn't you play like either in Kansas City or like the city that you guys are from? That seems like it makes sense, right? That sounds reasonable. Wow, I'm never finding this. I'm just guessing Philly. Fuck it. Fuck me. Fuck this. Don't care. Oh my fucking God. Philadelphia Eagles defensive back Cooper DeJean celebrating after intercepting a pass and running it back for a touchdown during the NFL Super Bowl 59. What the fuck? Down here. Remember Hurricane Katrina? Yeah? Did that strike the Caesars Superdome? You know what? 42.4K? We take those. You watched Trump fly over the Gulf of Mexico to get there? Oh shit, true. That was our context clue. USAID employee outlines their escape with their family from the Congo as Trump admin dismantles USAID structure in DC. Pirate software content nuke. Do you think we should name the first American space base on the moon Mara Luna? Good one. Sienna says Emery and others said Asmongold should disconnect from him. Uh-oh. Wait, why? Did he do something, or is this like political stuff?
Because people are like, oh, Emmy, why do you even talk to him? Right? Mm-hmm. All that said, he's still going to do Asmongold things. He ain't going to stop.
Yeah, but okay.
He ain't going to stop? He's gonna do it today.
Do you want my?
He's gonna do it tomorrow. He's gonna do it the next day.
Do you want my honest opinion on this?
Yes.
Okay. I think that when you are tied to, for example, right? If I had like 5 employees, right, and I'm saying a bunch of crazy shit, and it cost those employees their job.
Yeah.
At what point is my like yes, I can be as unhinged as I want, right? But the people who are affected by it are allowed to be mad at me for being that unhinged, and eventually.
Agreed.
Should either be fully disconnected from me or like say, hey, I'm not willing to be around this. Because again, and this is like a personal thing, I don't hate anybody, I have no drama with anybody, I don't wish any drama with anybody, right? However.
Is this related to his political stuff or did something like happen? I have no clue what's...
Fly there.
You don't think it's just because you were a big streamer?
But I wasn't.
Oh.
You know how much money I was making back then when I made that comment?
How much?
$20K a month.
That's still a lot of money.
It's
That's a shit ton of money.
Oh no. Wait, what? Well, hold on. What's the context for this? Maybe...
About comparisons. I'm not... That girl got let go. She was out of pocket. They apologized to me. They paid for me to go to Sweden, DreamHack. They paid for me to fly there.
You don't think it's just because you were a big streamer?
But I wasn't.
Oh.
You know how much money I was making back then when I made that comment?
How much?
$20K a month.
That's still a lot of money.
It's
That's
all
a
about,
shit ton of money.
It's all... We make that,
Yeah, but why
we
did
make
you,
that in an
hold on.
hour now.
No.
It's all about comparisons. I'm not saying it's not a lot of money. I'm not saying it's not a lot of money.
You just, that was the most, I'm calling it. That was the most out of touch thing you've ever said in your life.
No, but this is why I get hate threads.
You deserve the hate threads. You deserve them. That was the most out of touch thing you've ever said in your life. Oh, you know how much I was making back then? Chump change. $20K a month. Go fuck yourself.
You are Reddit right now.
No, good.
You're Reddit.
Okay,
You're
I'm not
Reddit.
gonna lie, I'm trying to make myself look like the better noodle, so go ahead, keep going.
Hear me out.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that I'm out of touch. See, this is the problem. No offense. People can't critically think.
Oh, so
okay?
Okay.
So I'm saying, when I said that back then, compared to now, it's a lot less. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about in general.
Okay, but still, Nick, it's the way, you know what it is? Here's your problem.
What?
Well, wait. He might be right. I'm curious what this was said in response to. Hold on.
I'm kidding. That's not a funny joke.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just the life that we live. Listen, you are a good noodle. I'll give you that. But now, compare me to my peers.
No.
No, do it.
No.
My teammates. What have I fucking done wrong?
No, I won't do it.
What have I done?
I won't do it.
Are you kidding me? I've done nothing wrong.
I will not.
Just FYI, the situation you referenced, the DreamHack situation, that girl got let go. She was out of pocket. They apologized to me. They paid for me to go to Sweden, DreamHack. They paid for me to fly there.
You don't think it's just because you were a big streamer?
But I wasn't.
Oh.
You know how much money I was paying?
I'm so confused with the context. I don't want to fucking
What
listen
is
to all
wrong
this.
with you?
What? They're my friends.
Okay, first of all, no, they're not. One of them is like a schizo Twitter account. He's not your friend. Guy's not your friend.
So this is my thought process on that. Because it's like, yes, it's a public Discord, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is, I make content for people who kind of want to watch me, right? And people who are kind of paying attention. So that's why, like, the Discord is kind of meant for like this sort of community. Yes, it's public, anyone can join. But the problem is with Twitter, is that people will take screenshots out of pocket, write narratives for people who are just meant to hate, who don't even watch me anyways.
Yeah.
That's why it's annoying. You know, it's just like, yeah, these comments aren't really meant for you because you don't like me anyways. You're just trying to hate.
Yeah, I agree.
True.
But like, the one thing I was laughing about that you said, and I actually was like, Nick, you're so dumb.
What?
As you said, you like, I saw like, I forgot what it was. It was like a tweet or something you made like to that guy.
Yeah.
And you were like, oh, you're taking a screenshot like from the Discord that I sent, like you said privately, like something you said.
I didn't say that.
Where either way, I said, motherfucker, you're in a Discord, like,
It's public.
you know there's gotta be like a snake in there, right?
No, I have proof that people sit there and record Discord.
That's crazy.
They record it with OBS, my Discord, and to clip my messages, the ones that like I delete for fun all the time.
But why do you type in there just because you don't give a fuck?
I don't care, because like it doesn't really. At the end of the day, none of it actually matters.
Yeah.
For fuck's sakes, Doc just got remonetized on YouTube. Nothing actually matters. It doesn't really matter. So like, it's just annoying. As long as you don't lose your platform at the end of the day, you can screenshot everything I say. I know is gonna be online sometime.
Yeah, but I've been a good noodle.
So have I. What have I done?
Stop fucking
What
lying.
have I
You
done?
are not a good noodle.
How?
In comparison to me,
Yes,
who's
I am.
the gooder noodle? Who is the gooder noodle?
Me. What have I done?
You're the gooder noodle.
I have been on this platform for 10 years and I've never been banned.
Nick, you.
What have I done?
Boy, if you don't, you literally told somebody, I'm too rich to deal with you, and you moved them out of the way. I have never done that. You.
Okay, that was a super shitty thing that he did. I do agree with that. But this was like 10 years old, isn't it? Like, and if that's like the worst thing you've done, I feel like in the grand scheme of things, I don't know if Nick has ever been involved in like any like bad drama ever. Has he? I don't think he's ever done anything like bad ever. I don't think.
You think you're a better noodle than me?
That's the one thing that I've done in 10 years.
Let's go hate thread for hate thread.
No, I get a hate thread for breathing. People made a hate thread saying that Nick encouraged Kachi to make that hand gesture. That was a 3,000 upvoted, 250 comment hate thread. I encouraged it when all I said was, if you want to go
Wait, they're gonna be really mad when I tell them that you actually leaned over to her and said, Kachi, you should do. I shouldn't joke like that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't joke like that. I'm just kidding. But if you watch the clip back in slow-mo, you'll see him lean over and move his mouth.
Yeah, I feel like most of Nick's drama is just that he fights with LSF a lot. Like, that's literally.
A microgravity demonstration. And what I want to show you, you watch closely. So right now I've got my hat on like this, bill forward.
Following the Tyler 1 drama? I don't know. Isn't he saying that he feels like people fucked up during the raid or something? I didn't. Is anything else canceled? No, I think there's like 10 minutes and then Dan will be here. Jesus. Accidental recursive function cost business $72,000 in cloud fees.
In today's video, we'll look at a real-life story about how a startup, just days away from launch, racked up a $72,000 Google Cloud bill.
I feel like we've watched this Fireship channel before. Are these videos like all like AI, or are these like weird, or?
And it's gone. Didn't do too well. It's gone. Poof.
We'll find out how that's even possible, but more importantly, we'll look at ways to prevent something like that from happening to you. If you're new here, like and subscribe, then let's get right into it. Imagine spending months pouring blood, sweat, and tears into your startup. You're just days away from the big launch, doing some final testing here
And then
there.
what?
Your product is ready to go. You just need to scrape some data from the web to enrich the user experience. You throw together some ad hoc code to get the job done, Dockerize it, then deploy it to a serverless platform like Google Cloud Run. It only needs to run for a few hours, so you deploy it, then call it a night. You wake up to a couple of interesting emails. Our Firebase project was upgraded from the free plan to the pay-as-you-go plan. We must have enabled an API that requires billing, which automatically upgraded the plan. Not to worry, we already had a budget alert in place. Oh no, the next email tells us our $7 budget has been exceeded. The third email tells us our credit card was declined. I wonder why that would be. Let's open the billing panel in Google Cloud.
No, God, please, no, no!
A bill of over $5,000 in just a few hours. It has to be a mistake. Let's refresh the page and pray.
No! No!
5 minutes later, the bill was $15,000. After 20 minutes, $25,000. The final bill settled up after about 2 hours, just short of $72,000, increasing your startup's burn rate by about $600 per minute.
Nice.
If you're a bootstrap startup, you might as well make it $10 million. To make matters even worse, this company had multiple products, with multiple Google Cloud projects to manage them. Because things got out of control so quickly, they had to disable all of their projects. And that's the story of how one little recursive function took down an entire business.
I declare bankruptcy!
Luckily, the story doesn't end there. The company immediately contacted Google Cloud to make them aware of the issue and let them know that they did not intend to.
I think I've heard that Google and Amazon will both like almost always forgive like a first month's billing fees because apparently the fuck ups are so common. I don't know if that's true or not. Your mileage may vary, but. What should our startup image be for anything else tonight?
Purchase this much computing power. After 10 days of deliberation, Google did the not evil thing and credited the entire $72,000 bill. That must have been a huge relief for the company and was a big win for independent developers around the world. But keep in mind, there's no guarantee you'll get the same kind of credit when you rack up a massive bill. The best strategy is to not rack up a massive bill in the first place. However, that's easier said than done. I've actually racked up 2 massive bills myself. One time, I accidentally exposed my AWS API key in a public Git repo. A few months later, I had a $5,000 AWS bill because a hacker scraped the key and then used it to spin up a bunch of compute instances. Luckily, they gave me a credit for my bill as well. It is very reassuring that these big cloud companies would rather keep you as a long-term customer than try to bankrupt you over an honest mistake. make. But a bill of $72,000 is crazy. I've never seen a bill get that high that quickly. And we should all be thanking Announce today for sharing that story with us. Check out their web app for a great example of Angular and Firebase in the wild. Then let's dive into the technical reasons for the massive bill, and more importantly, ways to avoid it yourself. Tip number 1, set up a budget alert, even if you're on the free plan of something or in the free tier. Once you deploy code to the cloud, there are different ways you might exceed the free tier without knowing it. It's not common, but it's still always a good practice to have a budget alert set on your account globally. The company did this right by setting a budget for $7. The problem in this case, though, was that the cost increased so quickly. An alert will only send you an email. It doesn't actually shut down anything when the budget has been exceeded. It's actually kind of crazy that there's not an easy way to shut down services when the budget has been exceeded. That's been a major criticism of the cloud for as long as I can remember. However, there may be hope. In October 2020, AWS released a new feature called Budget Actions, where you can define an action based on a budget threshold, like shutting down a server once you've spent too much money. In addition, on Google Cloud, you can listen to budget events with PubSub, and that means you can write a little bit of code to create a kill switch that disables billing if the budget is exceeded. Now let's move on to the next tip. Do not create infinite loops in the cloud. Do not create infinite loops in the cloud. Do not create infinite loops in the cloud. When it comes to serverless computing, everything is event-based. Some kind of event happens in the cloud, like an upload to a storage bucket, which triggers a cloud function for additional backend work. It's really easy to shoot yourself in the foot here, though, if your function leads to the same event that triggered it in the first place. For example, a cloud function is triggered by a storage upload, then you upload a file to the storage bucket again in the function, thus triggering another function, and again, and forever until the end of time, or until your bank account is empty. That's what we call an infinite loop, and it's probably the number one cause for runaway cost unexpectedly, especially if your infrastructure is configured to handle huge workloads. That brings me to tip number 3. Don't configure things to scale when you're just messing around. Our startup used a service called Cloud Run, which are serverless functions that support Docker containers. By default, Cloud Run will scale to a max of 1,000 instances. Now, if we take a look at the architecture for the web scraper, you'll notice it starts with a manual request to the Cloud Run endpoint. Each run...
Okay, I don't care about this somewhere. Okay. I'm going to host, I think anything else downstairs, kick.com/destiny. We're going to be moving over there. Advanced, turn this off. That is off. Okay. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you in a bit. Be careful. Are you going to keep reading the book? Yeah, we'll go back to it tomorrow. Yeah. Can you read some Adam Curtis documentaries, or I'm sorry, can you react to some Adam Curtis documentaries like Hyper Normalization? I'll get right on that, okay? Be careful.